egg. Oh! Ah! I mean, hold on. Ooh. It's a spooky time of the year. Ooh.
I forgot how it goes.
I can't go much further.
Oh!
Ow.
It didn't actually do anything.
It specifically hit me.
Oh, don't look at that.
Don't look.
Ah, that was very scary, right? You got a jump scare. Oh, a behind-the-scenes curtains parted jump scare. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Did that get you?
A little bit. You yelling at it helps. Oh, hey, we're getting...
Now, you might notice that we look a little static. I mean, you look the same as usual, I guess.
Not much change, man.
It's we have a little bit of a technical mishap on this end. The processing power of the system has been cut severely. So we've downgraded the animation for a bit. I won't be able to move as much as usual. But we can still have a good time.
Do it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I could add Cryptic Castle. It's a good one. I could do that. Anyway, hello everyone. Welcome.
Well.
This frame screen plus or minus on block. What does that mean?
That means if you block a move in a fighting game, if you have the advantage. If I remember it right,
frames, I get it.
If you're plus, that means you get to go earlier because you have
right.
a shorter recovery.
Right.
If you're minus, that means the other one is so ahead of you.
Well, I don't have a punching animation right now, so I guess I'd be minus. If I had to guess.
Yeah, right now, definitely minus. Definitely right now.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway. Wow. Keyframe queen, that works. Damn.
Shit, that fits the qualifier.
That fits, yeah. That's a valid alt name. But hi everyone, it is Friday the 13th, Saturday. That's today.
That's today.
That's what we always say.
And tomorrow,
everyone.
It's Friday the 13th, Sunday.
No, tomorrow is my HRT anniversary. Actually,
yeah, Friday the 13th, Sunday.
No.
Oh,
sorry, that's next week.
What? You just skip the whole week and then it's Friday the 13th on this Sunday.
Well, yeah, I mean you can't do it. You can't do it otherwise.
Why not?
You can't.
All right.
You just can't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I've tried. I just can't figure it out.
All right. Sorry. It sounded easy on paper.
It's Friday the 13th, fucking scary day. That's correct. And for that reason, we will be playing
Haunted PS1 demo disc Spectral Mall.
Scary.
Yes.
Malls are scary. There's a lot of people there.
Malls are scary because of what they represent.
Cap.
Not only capitalism, but how capitalism destroys good ideas for profit. Because malls originally were supposed to be this sort of like a sort of mega structure type deal where people could live and work and get educated and get everything they needed, and it would be like cheaper to live there, so it'd be like for like less well off people to live in. And that's like a really good idea. But then capitalism said, no, we're only gonna put in the shops so that people can only spend money in there and not live there or anything of the sort. We're ruining them for capitalism. Bah! And that's a thing that happened. That's a real thing.
I didn't know that. I
Yep.
just thought they were just always meant just for shopping.
Nope.
Alright.
So that sucks.
The more you know.
Yeah, and our friend Heather Mason is there.
Wow.
Everybody's friend Heather Mason.
Wow.
This kind of adventure era Eggman. Nice. Why does it sound like Mr. Krabs? Money. I like to get money. Money. SpongeBob, me boy.
Speaking of eggs.
Oh yeah, eggs. We got those.
We got those.
Yeah, I'll just do the egg now.
All capitalism, full power.
Alright, everybody, if you have but one measly little point, you can already spend it on an egg. I'm doing like hand movement. I'm so used to doing hand movements while I'm on stream that I'm doing them now too, even though you guys can't see shit.
It's really funny seeing this like this and then just looking at your image and not reacting.
It's so ingrained in my mind to do shit with my hands, you know?
Oh, he's not gonna get paid for this. Oh, he's not going to get paid for this.
Anyway, eggs. And I also see a little hut for Eric. And we gotta do some stretchies and a shippy. But first, le egg. I thought you had orange. It's fruit juice.
I drank it.
Oh, good.
I didn't want to have a glass here in case we knock it over.
There's still a bottle on the one bottle that's kind of like this, but it's like stumpy. You can fill it with water and then it won't spill anywhere.
I'm gonna go. Okay.
Go get that.
Oh, you do that.
Yeah, you go get that. You get George. Fucker! Bitch!
Where's the bottle?
I don't know. Oh!
Choon 2 Choon 2
Thank you very much, Queen. Okay, good job.
I'm just blind.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean it. It was a joke. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Anyway. Clone, thank you very much for the subscription. Obligatory joke of guest's choice. Very good. We'll do that in a moment. I think you should beat Look to a Pulp. I was punching him earlier today.
She was.
It's true.
It's true.
It's just what I do. Anyway, let's get some.
So why do I deserve to get punched by a pulp? What the fuck did I do?
I don't know. I don't think it's that you deserve it, but just that I should do it, you know?
Oh, that makes more sense.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, no, I get it. I kind of get it.
Yeah.
Not a fan, but I get it.
No, I get it.
I get the general.
Oh, careful. No. Are you okay, my friend? Do you need a hug? Yes. Yes. Hug. Oh, yay. Hug.
Just imagine the hug. You all have to imagine it.
What do you promise?
What? What?
What do you promise?
I didn't know what you're saying. Oh, my pronoun.
What do you promise?
He, him. You're saying this situation.
It has to be quick. What do you promise? Stop! You two ain't right.
You know.
Listen. We were up late last night.
But we slept well after.
But we slept well. But we drank a bit yesterday. We drank a bit today. It's very little.
It's very little, but it's something.
Yeah, and we're also like us.
We're us. Look, you put two people, neurodivergent people, with ADHD in a room
that vibe this well.
Yeah,
you know,
and you're just gonna have.
It's just gonna happen.
I already. It's him. Stop the bomb.
It's him. Stop the bomb. Stop the bomb now. Oh, please.
This is how Sonic talks. Hey, Bruno.
He's like, this. Bruno. Tails. Bruno.
Give.
Come on. Yeah. Go quick. Gotta go fast. Gotta go. Bruno's fast. Eggman. Transition fast. Kill him.
It's really funny because they're always filming from the left side. I'm always doing
We zijn heel hard aan het werk om dit te maken. Misschien kan je beter fietsen,
That is so funny to hear like proper Dutch, because I have a Dutch text to speech, but usually the text is English, so it just sounds like shit. But it's very weird that it's Dutch suddenly for once. And also, Diving, thank you very much for the subscription. And hi, Bendy, how you doing? Oh! When the I'll move us.
No, it's fine. It's really funny. Hi, I'm the guest.
There. But then they cover your face up sometimes. Oh, we'll stand higher today. No, because then I have to change things and I don't feel like it.
That's okay.
You're just gonna get it.
That's
okay.
That's okay.
That's okay.
It's okay.
You're okay.
Good key.
It's really nice. We don't have to break out your toy eggs. What?
What?
What did you just say?
No, really. What?
All systems. What?
All systems. Replays in slow motion.
All right. Let's do eggs.
Let's do eggs.
Wow, Luke, it's time for eggs. Oh, do you want to know who the first egg was from?
No. I don't know.
No, I'm asking if you want to know.
Oh, I thought you said, do you know?
No.
Yes, I do know.
Okay, well, it's Etrantola.
I actually thought you asked, do you know? And I was like, how am I supposed to?
I was considering having you read them, but they're all the way over here, so. Esteemed. This is a good stream.
It's going great.
Esteemed Jester. Kira Cat. Kaz CH. That's. Hold on, I'm looking at it wrong. Eggs only, please. Thank you, motherfucker. Mildly cloudy. Green clown. One of the gauntlet streams of all time. It's truly. Muzzle flash. Dark nitrolin. Mike loves rabbit. Yo-Yo Noid. Banshee strikes. Polar stars. Dynalope. Diafiend.
Yes, the note, but don't worry, we already ate the pizzas.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
So it's fine.
And Twinkle Chills. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the eggs.
Thanks for the eggs.
Anyway, so it's Halloween. It's Halloween Sunday. Saturday.
It's Halloween.
It's Halloween Day.
It's Alexander. Halloween Day is all Halloween. It's always Halloween. You want it to be.
It's so true. I'm wearing my best dress for the occasion. Well, good night.
Well, there was a nice stream, everybody. See ya. Bye.
Oh, I woke up from a nightmare because it's Halloween. Oh! Wow! So anyway, I'm so sorry, everyone. Let's just.
Hey.
We're just doing some Cocomelon shit.
We're jangling the keys already.
Yeah.
And it's working.
But it's like for us.
Yeah, we're jangling the keys in front of each other.
In front of each other, and hopefully it's also enjoyable for y'all.
And like, you're just going to have to enjoy us jangling a bunch of keys.
Yeah.
You're just going to have.
It's fucking Luigi's Magic Tree all over again, yeah.
Yes, if you redeem your sippy, I have to do it too.
Yes, also, we have to do a sippy.
Let's do a sippy. That's why I got the bottle.
Yeah.
Ooh! Car battery!
Ow.
Ow! I was drinking.
Shut up.
Wow. I don't know. It's not really that
You
bad.
sound different than you usually sound on my stream.
I wasn't intending to do a shadow point. It just came out like that. Because I just.
How dare you fucking... We have to dab. Dab. I mean, dab. Chaos. Dab.
God damn it. We should go shopping. Let's go.
Oh yeah. I was like, leave? Forgot about the game. Oh yeah, we were here to do a game. I forgot.
Cut out to the battery like a champ.
Yeah. That's because Cutout Queen or whatever this is.
Really good outfit.
This isn't Cutout Queen. The explanation is that we're just on lower processing power, so I just don't have a lot of frames or functions. So I just don't have the function of actually getting hit.
Oh, we'll see.
Like, I take damage, but I don't react to it, you know, aside from, like, my voice, because that's different. Anyway, we gotta stretch, so...
Alright.
Oh, I stretched. Phew. Good night. Anyway.
God damn it.
Oh, nightmare. Oh, this truly is a Nightmare on Elm Street.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Those who like fun horror movies, go check out Nightmare on Elm Street. It's it's way more fun than I thought it would be.
Yeah, me too. Like we for funsies watched like Friday the 13th Part 2 and Friday and Nightmare on Elm Street, which are like the big like classic slasher horror movies,
Which is
you know?
crazy because they're not even remotely on the same quality.
Not at all.
The amount of more effort that's put into Nightmare on Elm Street is kind of ridiculous versus the first movie where Jason was the big villain.
Yeah, like Jason isn't even a villain in the first Friday the 13th movie, which we didn't watch. We watched the second one because we just wanted to see Jason, and it was pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
I did not care much for that movie, but
Jason just came off like a bumbling fool.
yeah. And aside from that, it just sort of
It's kind of nothing.
things just kind of happened.
Kind of nothing.
You know?
People do really dumb, nonsensical stuff. Meanwhile, Nightmare on Elm Street, especially, well, we can't go into details in it, but if you think about it, things start to make an uncomfortable sense.
Yes, like any issues that we had while watching Nightmare on Elm Street ended up becoming really fucking smart things, actually. Like, everything just clicks together into like a really fucking good movie.
Yeah, they just fucking put a Sakurai guy's head.
Yeah.
It's under the third movie, which apparently is considered actually the worst one. One of the worst
Which
ones
is
in the
great.
franchise. Then he gets the hockey mask. And it's like, what? What
It's
do you
very
mean?
weird. Anyway, Derek gets a little death hat from Gregory Horror Show, courtesy of Clone in chat who made it.
Meanwhile, Freddy Krueger is just this fucking weird, wacky guy. He's real fun.
Luke,
Yes?
who's your favorite Sonic character out of the ones listed here?
Vector.
I knew it.
I was like, I was about to look at Kiko's skull. Vector is here.
Where's my boy?
Where's my
my man? My man.
Where's my man?
My man. Where is my man?
Where's my guy? Where's my dude?
Is Derek from New York? Yes. He loves the Mets.
Like he said, let's go Mets.
He loves the Mets. Ow.
That was me. He's mad. Why?
Because Jody hates Vector.
What did Vector ever do to you?
She thinks that his design is bad.
I think he looks funny.
Me too. I think it looks
He
great.
has a fun shape.
Anyway. Jody is wrong. So before we go to the mall together, and whoa, that was loud.
That one was
is
way
that so
louder than all
loud?
the other sound effects.
What the fuck? Anyway, Sonic Sticker. Oh, me! We need more vectors. Okay.
Alright. Sorry, Jody.
I can't like properly attach it to my model now, obviously, so this will have to do. He turns into a ring when he spins. It's
Yeah.
awesome. Anyway, before we go to the mall together, everyone did together to go shopping. Yay!
Hope you got
And to
your-
go eating at the food court. Yay!
Keep a check on your budget.
Yep. Make sure you don't spend all your monies. He's not a single father.
He's an SP.
Espio is there. What the hell? Anyway, I'm gonna flip my SPL, my vectors that are looking at each other because it's funny.
Can you tilt them slightly to the actually directly?
Sure. That's good.
It's really funny.
And also, Nene Supreme, thank you very much for the egg.
Vector to vector communication.
This is how modeling works. You know.
Yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm. Hey.
But before we go to the mall,
Yes.
we have to tell them the story of how we perform necromancy.
So we performed a resurrection today.
Yes. So, we had been wanting. Can we get another vector? Yes, absolutely.
You are just bullying Jody at this point.
No, I'm sorry, Jody. We'll put him here, and he's looking down.
The vector. It's a ventriloquist.
Of course, I'm not doing that, right? No, what? You're not supposed to open your mouth. They can't even see you open your mouth.
Yes.
I guess I don't know why I was like trying to do a visual gag.
Yeah, I was just joining in regardless of the quality. They weren't going to see it. You want a fucked up vector apologist?
Oh my god.
This is going great.
So,
The story.
Luke and I, a while ago, had decided that we would start playing Xenoblade Chronicles X together, which is a game that... Did you ever try playing that on your own?
I got like 20 hours in at most, I think, and I've forgotten almost all but the first few hours.
Right, 20 hours is still a lot, even though it's a JRPG, so not that long.
Not that long.
But still, enough to get a feel. Anyway, so it's a game that we both tried playing. The stream is brought to you by Victor. It's a game we both tried playing. And oh, I'm centering my voice. Look at me go. It's a game we both tried playing solo by ourselves, individually. That's the word I was looking for. And you just kind of fell off, and I.
ADHD just happened for me.
Yeah, and I got very close to the end, and then the game said, "Fuck you! Here is a giant, like level gate." That you just have to reach, you just go grind for a long time now. And I was like, God fucking damn it, fine. I guess I'll take this full weekend, next weekend, and this was like a couple, like 4 years ago or something. I guess I'll take this specific weekend to just grind. I'll watch something on my computer and I'll just grind. And then before that weekend arrived, my fucking Wii U braked.
Just fucking dead.
It died. It did not turn on anymore at all. So that sucked. Well, you know, life goes on. You buy a new Wii U, you know? And then it's now, and and we had decided like, oh, we're gonna play through the game together now.
Yeah.
To make that, you know, and then we can finally finish it together.
Yes.
And we're shaking hands. We're like, yeah, together. Yeah, together we can make the world.
But you'll never guess where the game still was.
Yeah, so I get the game case. I open the game case, and there is no game in the case. Baldur's Gate 3. No, why would we?
We were talking about Xenoblade.
Xenoblade Chronicles
the
X.
The game does not have co-op. We were just gonna like couch together, and like as one of us plays and the other just watches along.
Yes. And occasionally swapping and whatever.
And occasionally swapping when possible.
When possible, because we're anyway. So there was no game in the case. No. And I was like, instantly, I was like, oh no.
It's in the Wii.
I know where it is.
It's in the same place it's been the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm. It's still in the fucking old Wii U. Now, luckily, I never got rid of it. So it was just still there. It was like almost in plain sight. It was just like that brick, you know?
Paperweight.
A paperweight.
It's kind of what it is at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well,
now it says scuffed paperweight.
Scuffed paperweight.
So, we were like, well, shit, how do you get it out? So we tried plugging it in and holding the button down and stuff, and it didn't come out.
Was it just dead?
No lights came on or anything.
At all.
No response. And they were like, well, fuck, okay, well, let's start trying to unscrew stuff. And of course, the screws were fucking bullshit. Like, you needed, like, specialized screwdrivers to unscrew these, which is fucking bullshit. But we managed to get pretty far with, like, unscrewing things, and yet still were unable to remove almost anything except for one plate that housed nothing.
No, and then we realized that, we're kind of ripping it apart.
Yes,
and this
so
might not actually help.
Yeah, what we realized, like, we were trying to, eventually we were trying to, like, wedge the front open, like, putting the screwdriver in there and then hitting the screwdriver with a hammer to try.
I got pretty far. I managed to get the thing open, sort of.
We managed to get it open enough to see that it was connected to the rest of the Wii U with cables, and doing this could damage the disc. Obviously, we didn't fucking care about
The Wii U at this point.
about the Wii U. I'd already brought it to some professionals to get it fixed, and they said it was unfixable. It was just dead, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't give a shit about fixing the thing. I just wanted to get the disc out. But we noticed, like, oh no, this is still attached to, like, the part where the disc is, so we can't do this. So we reattached that and stuff, and we're like, well, we might just have to emulate it now, which would have been a great option anyway, but, like, I had the game already,
Yeah, and it feels a bit better to play on the proper controller meant for the game.
That too, but also, it's a very long game and a very big investment, and the Wii U emulation isn't perfect, so if we were to somehow lose our save file because the game got corrupted or something, that would suck. So if we could play it on the original hardware, that would be great, you know? So we were at a loss of what to do, and out of a moment of I don't know, just desperation and just to do something, I was like, Luke, you tried, like, plugging it in and holding the button down, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, but let's try it again. Just to be sure.
And then somehow it works.
It
and
turned
not
on.
just it works. It fully worked.
It fully
the Wii U
works.
was fixed as far as we can see, to the point that it just booted up completely, and the Wii U main menu showed up.
Yeah, it just worked. We just fixed it somehow. Just by hitting it with a hammer and shit. We just fixed it.
At some point, something weirdly dislodged, and now we lodged it back in by hitting it.
Uh-huh.
Maybe that's fucking crazy. But we got the game out, and now Zoe has a backup Wii U.
A backup Wii U that I, like, don't fully trust to last.
Because, well, let's be real. To get as far as we could, I wedged it in such a way that I kind of open it while leaving one of the screws in.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's not closing properly,
No,
right now, but it's whatever.
Uh-huh. Makes me curious about the people you took the Wii U. Yeah, right?
It's like, clearly it couldn't have been that bad.
No, exactly. Because of maintenance/necromancy.
But yeah.
Anyway, it's a Friday the 13th Saturday miracle. It's so wild. Het is zo raar dat het werkt.
Zo raar. Hey, fijn dat er een mooi einde aan het verhaal is.
Ja, nee, precies. Weet je wel.
Zitten en vertellen van, het is niet gelukt allemaal.
Ja, sorry, ja, we hebben gewoon mijn oude Wii U helemaal kapot gemaakt voor niks. En de disc kwam er niet eens uit, dus we hebben niet eens een spel kunnen spelen of wat dan ook. Dat zou helemaal kut zijn geweest. Maar ja, gelukkig.
Verschrikkelijk.
Ja, echt. Maar gelukkig is dat dus niet het geval. Dus dat is wel heel erg fijn.
Heel fijn.
Ja, inderdaad. Ja, dus dat is ons verhaal. Deze vlag is zoveel langer dan... There we go. Okay, we're done.
You might have to shorten it.
It lasts a lot longer than I thought it did. It feels shorter, I think, when I'm also playing the game at the same time.
But maybe like a second or three.
Master of percussive
I'm the master of percussive maintenance/necromancy, baby.
By the way, just so you all know, I almost wounded myself open.
Oh yeah, you did.
We were to get the small screws off. We were using a pocket knife.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not used to handling pocket knives, so what happens to me is I'm just holding it like a regular knife, and then it snaps shut. And if it wasn't caught on my nail, I would have been in a mild trouble.
Yeah, it was bad.
It almost went bad in multiple ways. But nope, I just have a cut on my nail and nothing else.
Yeah. Can I say?
It was Is it even still visible? I think it
It
already...
healed, which is a thing that happens with nails for sure.
It was one... Wait, hold on. Oh no, you can... There, in the... you can slightly see it in the light. If in the right light reflection. Twist my hand. Twist my hand, why don't you?
Oh yeah.
It's really tiny. I got super lucky.
Guys, you can just buy tri-wing screwdrivers.
Yes, but we didn't have
We wanted to
now.
play now.
I'm going home after
Yeah.
this.
We had to.
Like, yes, of course.
This was the only thing we could possibly have done.
Like at that moment, it's like, yeah. And first of all, we'll have to find out where to get it. Second of all, we'll have to buy it.
Yeah. Third of all, we probably have to like wait for it to arrive.
And depending on where we buy it, it can take upwards from a day to a week. Or
And again, also, I didn't care about salvaging the Wii U. I thought it was unsalvageable. And also, it just goes to show, never take your electronics to a repair shop that's scared of using hammers. Was putting your life in danger worth a mid-RPG for the Wii U? Hey, the music's really good.
There's a lot to like about it. There's a lot of questionable design decisions in it.
Yeah.
But, hey, they tried.
They tried. Hey, it's not about the mid-RPG. It's about the friendship.
It's about the journey.
It's about the journey you have with your friends.
It's about the friends you made along the journey. It's not about the journey. It's about the friends you made while smashing the Wii U.
Yeah. It's not about you. It's about us.
It's about us.
It's about us. What game was it even? Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Are you?
You can be a girl in that one. Exactly. It's a better one.
You can play. You can control a girl in all of them.
But can you be a girl?
What do you mean?
Can your main character that you
Control?
Yeah, most of the time be a girl.
Yes.
Like the protagonist of the story can be a girl.
Well, then not.
Ah! I win.
You'll have to play 3 for that one.
Really?
Yes.
I want to play 3.
You'll miss so much context.
Yay! I don't care.
Yay! It's a third game in the series. I mean, you know what? We're fine with Baldur's Gate 3. So who am I to? Who am
Yeah,
I to
exactly.
judge?
Hey, no, it'll be like I play and you watch and you could be like, I get to share my infinite knowledge on this franchise with you, my dear friend Zoe. I'm turning British. Help me! Help! Bollocks!
Me!
Oh no! That's not what they talk in Xenoblade at all. Yeah, that's not the right accent.
No, they actually just. They actually.
Cool, blimey! I'm sorry. No.
They're actually just like this. They're kind of just British.
They're pretty normal.
They're pretty normal.
Yeah.
There's not. One of them's really British, and she's like, I've shared her voice clips with you. She's the one. What about babies? You guys got any babies?
You guys got any babies?
So what you say it for, asshole?
I love like you just swear. It's so good.
She's the one who swears the most. She swears more than everyone else combined.
Good.
It's really funny.
Speaking of swearing,
I have no idea where this is going, so yeah.
wasn't the Amazing Digital Circus amazing?
Yeah. And it took me a moment to make the connection about swearing.
Yeah, because they don't.
They can't.
Yeah. Anyway, it's really good. If you haven't seen it,
You should watch it. It's great.
Yeah.
It's fun.
you two could make a Just Chatting podcast type stream and I'd listen to the whole thing.
I mean, we just go on random tangents.
Yeah,
but
just all the time.
we would have guaranteed repeat tangents, sometimes even the same session.
Yes, absolutely.
We would just devolve in the same bit again, or just talk about the same topic again, saying the same things again, because we might both have forgotten that we said the things again already.
But we'll say them a little bit differently, so...
It's like a time loop, but a little different.
So... Got anything else we gotta talk about before we start going to the mall? Vector sticker!
Another pictures. Another fun. God.
Ooh, we're gonna put this one right over here. Let's see, hold on a second. Okay, we have 4 vectors. Okay, I gotta make sure that there wasn't like another vector sticker. No, that was it. I think, yes. Okay.
Ghost story?
And an egg, and we're missing an egg. Oh, we're missing several eggs. Another vector.
Oh, how you always know how to make me say this exact sentence. So stupid.
Oh, the ghost story. I still have to tell my fucking ghost story. Okay, you know what? I'll give you... That's probably not gonna go well.
What?
I'll give you the controller, and you start playing the game, and I tell my ghost story.
I can try. We can try.
Yeah, we'll try.
You know what? Let's go.
First, I have to... Vocatcher.
Urchins.
Urgent. Okay. Okay, starting the second egg stack is Ale Hell, Nene Supreme,
It's going.
Rootsatera, and Gleam Meme. Is that it? No, I did one too many. Oh, I guess I already got Hells. I guess.
Bonus egg.
I'm just leaving it. It's a special day.
It's bonus egg. A bag.
Bonus egg.
Bonus.
Bones? Bones! I've got a bone to pick with you.
A bones egg. You crack it. There's
No bones about it. Anyway. Let's play the game now. You didn't think it was gonna happen, did you, Chad? You thought we would keep talking forever. Well, lucky for you, we are, and also playing the game.
We can do more than one thing at the same time. It took a lot of effort.
We trained for a long time.
It was hard.
Oh shit, can you not play this with controller?
Can you click in? Maybe not.
I am clicked in.
I can't do this.
Whoops. We have every mental illness between us.
Yeah, this isn't working.
Well, let's see what happens when we go.
What if we go in game?
Yes.
Whoa.
Ooh, hello.
What was
Mickey Mouse?
That's
gone. So.
Did it have a yellow and pink eye? Looks like.
Speptin?
It's Speptin.
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 So,
Oh, I can't
good.
control the camera.
What about other things? Well, it looks like we'll have to do this in co-op.
Oh.
Let's go, bud.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh boy.
I'll do the mouse, you do the other thing.
Oh, this is terrible already. What's that over there? What's this?
Speptin, now it's chance for shot big. Abyss.
Speak from the abyss.
Ooh. Okay, so it needs a key. So the thing about that's a heart.
That's a hard to say.
Oh, that's nice. Must be like a Valentine's candy store or something.
Sorry.
We're closed.
We're open.
Okay, so for those of you who do not, I'm gonna try to get to the ghost story. I have not forgotten currently. That said they speak from the ass. How's the neck grow? Oh.
Okay, so this one's open.
This one we can play.
Launch demo.
Launch demo. So hold on a second. Don't go in yet. Don't get.
That one didn't work anyway. It's just not gonna happen.
Is that? Ooh. Okay, hold on.
Mouse look is also what? Why is that low? What? Can you turn it up? Maybe that gives me power to control.
I don't think cool guy.
Okay.
I think that's just like the sensitivity.
But it was at 0. What if you go back now?
It wasn't at 0, was it?
I thought it was at 0. Hold on. It doesn't matter.
God.
I can't. The controller doesn't work. Well, the controller worked, just not with the game. Specific problem.
Damn.
Can't.
I guess I'll have to play after all.
Guess you'll.
Or you just have to kind of be awkward.
Hold on, let me just. I don't have arms long enough for this bit. For that bit. It's like
we can swap positions, I suppose.
I guess we. Hold on. Oh boy, here we go, y'all.
Okay.
I'm underneath the mic.
Lucas is not sitting down anymore. He's leaning forward, half crouching.
So
this is not gonna work. This is not good. Let's just swip. We'll just swap. You can just sit in the gamer chair. It's fine. Let's just swip.
Let's just swip.
We're just gonna swip. It's fine.
We're swapping all over the place.
Get up.
I'm trying. There's not a lot of space. Ooh. Chair.
Yep, chair.
Ooh.
Okay, so for those of you who do not know, we are playing the 2023 Haunted PS1 Demo Disc Collection Spectral Mall, which would have been perfect if I had prepared a Spectral Queen and Luke PNG, but I didn't. It is a collection of demos for discs that will ideally eventually be released. Usually, you just sort of get like a menu, but in this one, they decided, ooh, what if we have a whole like spooky narrative hub area thing around it? Ooh. So
Wait. Where's the end? Okay, this was the entrance. Like, I couldn't find the entrance. Like, did it really disappear already? Wait, was this even the entrance?
yeah, but we're not in.
No, it wasn't. We were looking out of a thing with something standing, or was it?
No, isn't it what you're about to go through now? Oh, there are
I think
things being redeemed.
I think the House of the Crows is the only one playable. Oh no, this one's also Blast Cats.
Okay, that feels like it's either gonna be not that scary or deceptively scary. You know?
Yeah. This is. Yeah.
Yep, can't read that.
I don't speak language.
Oh, there's an exterior.
Can't jump.
That's big sad.
Can't jump.
Well, do the first one, I guess.
House of Necrosis.
Let's go.
House of Necrosis.
Ooh, that looks pretty ooky. A special forces team went missing in an old mansion. You were sent to discover why.
Okay.
Blood, gore, animal cruelty, and substance abuse. That is very good that they put that there.
Nice.
Also, this one is not from this year. This one's from last year. I think I said 2023 earlier, but it's 2022.
One question though: a special forces team went missing, and they're sending a single
Yeah,
person.
why are we like? What makes us qualified?
What?
I'll never be necro sis.
Yeah, indeed. Why one
I'll be
dude?
necro trans. Thank you very much.
One dude sounds like a little bit of a problem.
Ow! We must be really, really good.
Station.
Controller recommended.
God.
Okay, so now you can use a controller.
Well,
Get to it.
How do I?
And you gotta wait a little bit. Oh, all right.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, cool.
Okay, so
But Chet doesn't see it anymore.
oh, it's right. It launches a different game.
Right. Okay, hold on a second. Don't worry about it. I got it all covered. Whoa, this is like Final Fantasy VII.
It is, yeah.
There we go.
There we go. I'll just go in. Oh no, I got shot already.
Damn.
Why? That wasn't my birthday. This is my birthday.
Hey, congratulations.
This is a day. I'm not.
That's you.
I'll be born in a month.
Every day more and more murders were reported. Strange, bizarre murders. Groups of people attacking everyone who sets foot in the nearby forest. Victims were apparently eaten. A special forces team was sent to investigate, but soon went missing. We were sent to discover why.
Okay, so it's not just us.
Okay.
Alright. It's we because we're both talking, you know?
Oh.
Yo, it's like Resident Evil.
Oh, is the thing here? Oh, and the entire forces team of Resident Evil died, and now. Oh, yeah.
Wow! What a mansion!
What is this place? Oh no, wait, you should hang up actually.
Yeah.
Do you think the others are here?
Could be. We should split up and look for them.
Stay alert!
Maybe you, the master of unlocking. This doesn't help me at all.
That's not the controller recommended, and then they give us this.
Kind of keyboard control.
They want you to.
Hold on, I'll figure it out.
Okay, so this is movement. Okay, there are no control sticks. Don't use control sticks. This is move.
FPS.
First person mode. Wow, fancy schmancy.
I'll figure it out.
I love the footage of smacking lips when they talk about cannibalism. That's good.
Oh, not available in that.
Ooh, not unlocked yet. Exciting. Wow. This fucking sound effect.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought it's not as Resident Evil as I thought it was gonna be. Can you rotate the camera?
Oh,
yes, you can.
Funky.
Ooh.
Oh, what? That's so. Oh, that's
Ow.
so weird. Oh, that's so weird.
This PS1's fucking hot, dude. Whoa, what was, oh, sorry. What was that just now?
I don't
Wait,
know.
you have a level, and did you just have a grid? Did a grid just pop up? What the hell?
This is how I shoot.
Is this gonna be like tactical RPG? What is this?
Fuck. Level 1. The fuck?
This is interesting.
Okay, so.
Ooh. So to like fire sideways and stuff. I think it's gonna be
How do I?
a tactical RPG.
Yeah, okay, great.
Don't fire your gun.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out how to interact with things. I'm trying that. It's just a knife.
Damn. What's the gun?
That's B.
The door is locked.
All right, maybe you just walk up to things.
The door is locked. Why are these doors locked?
Why? If we die now, it's because I will have wasted one bullet.
Yep. Well, that is the Resident Evil way. Ooh, okay.
Hey, hold on. What do you mean
Oh,
next
okay,
floor?
never mind.
Hold on.
I guess that is where stairs are, even though we know that the stairs are here.
Hey,
There's a message scratched into the armor. Come back after defeating a strong foe.
here's your super boss. Can't go up. Impossible.
Yeah, absolutely not. It'd be rude.
Be rude. Oh, that's okay. That's inverted. That's interesting. Well,
How I loathe inverted cameras.
oh, here we go. This is weird.
House of Necrosis. Look for missing team members. Get past the sewers on floor 7. Ow, beware the evil resident.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Items. Picked up gunpowder.
Oh. I mean, yeah, you can.
Yeah, but
maybe
you shouldn't.
Maybe you shouldn't. Oh, hey, evil resident. Oh, you fast.
Oh, fuck. Oh, damn.
Ow.
fuck.
Oh, these guys. Oh, these fuckers.
Wait, hold on. Do they only move when you move? It's Pokemon Resident. It's Mystery Dungeon.
It's a mystery dungeon.
Oh my
gang.
god. Someone said that in chat and I wasn't sure.
Wait. Oh no. Okay. Uh-oh. Hold on.
Remember, you've played Pokemon Resident Evil, right, haven't you?
Pokemon
I
Resident
mean,
Evil.
Pokemon Resident. Do you know what I mean?
No, I know what you mean. Hold on.
You can like aim without.
Okay, there we go. I have to get so used to these controls.
Yeah, no, I get it. Whoa.
There we go. Well. That's one. Two. Let's do this. There we go.
That is so funny.
Picked up red. Hold on. There we go. Okay, now I know that.
This is such a
Now
fun
I know that it.
concept.
Okay, now that I know it works like that. Okay. But now, purple and red herb, so we can combine that. That's so funny.
That's
They
so-
made a Resident Evil.
Resident Evil Mystery Dungeon.
This is wacky.
But I also can totally see this work.
This is-
like the tension of like
Yeah.
trying to manage your movement and stuff when the big monster's chasing you.
Oh boy.
This is really fucking fun. Oh,
Ow.
careful.
Hold on.
Did you already have a knife?
Yeah, but it might run out.
Alright.
Right, okay. Uh-oh.
Because, like, even Pokemon Mystery Dungeon sometimes manage to instill a certain level of tension and stuff.
Yeah.
But, like, if you were on one floor too long, then, you know, something was coming for you. It didn't specify what, you know?
Yeah.
That stuff was really good and scary.
Let's-
And like certain Pokemon that were able to like go through walls, so you just weren't able to keep track of them and stuff. Like that totally works in a horror setting.
Okay, so red serum and purple serum are red liquid and purple liquid. That's all the game tells me. Like here it's like heals you completely. I'm like, that makes sense. Gunpowder. Commonly used for ammo. Quick way to deal with nearby threats. Alright, like a bomb.
Okay.
Knife. Equipped to raise attack power. Oh, you can get different equipment also probably then. Okay. Well,
Can you pause it real quick for just a second? I gotta do some vectors.
uh-oh. How many?
I think just 2.
What do you mean just two? It's so many factors.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe. I'm just gonna do 2. We're gonna put 1 over on the queue. Yippee! And 1 for Derek also. Good. Carry on.
Alright. Let's see, okay, now that I know how
We're both out of the TTRPG group. Hey, Jody, I am not choosing to put these vectors here, alright? I am just abiding by Chet's wishes. I want to play as my goat girl. You can't do this to me.
Come on. Come on.
On Friday the 13th, Saturday? Really?
The layer act. I'm
You're
level
level
2.
two.
Oh, it fully heals you. Good.
Nice.
Oh, but can't pick it up. Inventory is full.
Damn.
Yeah,
it's Friday the 13th, Saturday. That's what I'm saying. It's not the 14th.
used to lose.
I know it's not the 13th. That's why it's Friday the 13th, Saturday.
Can I do this? Wait, I can just drop the knife. It doesn't seem to have yeah, it was. Oh, you can throw them.
Ooh, nice.
Take the gunpowder, and then combine with the gunpowder, and we have more ammo.
Nice.
And now we can pick up the knife again, so we can throw that maybe.
Nice, nice.
And save ammo. I'll treat this like a survival horror game still, because it's still what it is. Alright, so this loops. What else do I mean, I get why they're not giving me the mystery dungeon map. Mm-hmm. But it'd be nice.
Yeah, that is one thing, I guess. Whoa. Charmy bee in my eye. Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Go
Pause
get
it.
your, go be in your eye.
Go get your bloody snubbies.
Your bloody snubbies.
Hi, Charmy. Now my other eye just has to be replaced with Espio, and then I've got the full team.
It seems like my, I wonder, yeah, my ranged attack also went up when I leveled
Nice.
up. So I deal 3 damage on both.
Oh yeah, what I wanted to say was like, I really like this concept, but I feel like it suffers from having the same like map structure of just like having like miscellaneous rooms and corridors between them.
Because now I'm already like, where do I go?
Yeah. I feel like it would work better with a handcrafted map with specific rooms and such. Yeah, they sort of managed to implement an inventory management too. It's very good.
Wait, it's just the door? Oh!
And next
Okay,
door,
it's so randomized it was actually, I think that...
That we just started in the room with the door, so we didn't...
Yeah, so but I thought I left...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, this is, functionally it's a hysteria. Oh, that's a regular zombie, that's not a crawler. That one's gonna have more health. I'm gonna... Okay, so... They wasted a turn noticing you, so then I can shoot. Yeah, okay.
Nice.
A bullet and a knife. More ammo, good. Doesn't seem like I have to reload. It just says your ammo on the top.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Shoot.
Oh.
Hello. And dead.
I guess you could have just shot multiple times.
Yeah, but what
You
if?
didn't have to,
Yeah,
so no need to use the ammo.
The Resident Evil player in me is telling them to do that. It is fun though. I want to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a really fun concept.
I mean, I assume it's already much further than it was back then because this was last year.
True. Maybe it's even out already.
Let's find out.
That's a dog, I think. I thought I saw a dog.
Oh. Yeah, my shirt reflecting on that.
Oh no, it might be a crow actually.
What is this game called? House of Necrosis?
House of Necrosis. I can't pick up dagger. What's the difference between a knife and a dagger?
Dagger's probably better.
Let me see.
House of Necrosis on Steam. Planned release date to be announced. Okay, they are showing a map here, so...
I'm throwing a knife. Ooh, that deals 8 damage.
Nice. Can you collect it again?
No, it isn't
No,
one.
okay.
Okay, but that is a good emergency. Picked up a white serum.
And like, since you have like multiple, you know?
Should I just use the serums? They're starting to clog up my inventory like crazy. Might as well test them.
Try, yeah.
I'm trying to test.
I mean, that is a thing, right? You had like
Yeah.
seeds or something?
Experience. Oh,
Experience.
So
yeah.
now we know it's an experience.
Yeah,
serum.
it is also just like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
Yes. Okay, so we just gotta.
Which also someone in chat said the original Mystery Dungeon was a spin-off of a Dragon Quest game, which I knew way later because they didn't advertise it as such at all. That it was just like a crossover. Ow! Wow.
Attack gained. We have.
Sorry.
I am deaf.
Sorry. Sorry for first, like, taking the earbud out of your head and then hitting you with it.
Because oh, that was a little shame. White serum was a healing serum.
Oh, darn.
Okay, so let's see if we
But now we know for later.
equip the dagger. And then, okay, melee range 5, and now let's equip the knife.
4.
Melee attack melee 4. Yeah, so the dagger is better. And we throw the knife then.
Nice.
As an emergency for like a boss fight. Alright, this is good to know. You can probably throw the dagger, but since it's better than the knife, I don't want to do that because it seems to destroy it.
Yeah.
Get over here.
But yeah, this game looks very cool so far, but it is not out yet.
It's not out yet. Experience serum. Well, we're eating that. Level up. Maybe we should have saved that. Would have been a good emergency heal now that I think about it. Oh well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh well.
I remember doing that in some games where you, like, manually apply the heal or the level up. So then, like, you save that for a moment where you need to heal.
Bullet never fired. Possessing this trinket will save you ammunition.
Oh, it's like an item, like, if you keep it in your inventory, it takes up a slot, but you get a perk, which is that occasionally you will not spend ammo when you...
I'm gonna just use that blue herb so I can pick up... No, Oh, can't you even use it? Okay, can I... Mixed herb, green and blue. I can pick up this. Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Well, alright.
Yeah, this game is really gonna, like... The fear in this game almost definitely, like, has to come from the scarcity, you know?
Yeah. So early on we're getting a lot of stuff. Oh, hi.
Hi. Sorry, sir.
Just one shot them, right? Wait, can I just melee them? If that 5 kills them, that means I... What the fuck? Red
That's
door.
a different door.
Glad I kept exploring.
Yeah. Also, can you pause real quick before we go?
Alright. Egg.
Galaxy Voided, thank you very much for your egg. I have to move this vector right away.
Don't cover me up. Hey.
And a sippy.
Otherwise I can't find the computer.
So, continue to the next floor. Red. But why is it red? What does it mean? The bonus floor?
Maybe it means we're gonna go to a different type of floor.
Maybe it means...
Perhaps it is completely inconsequential.
Maybe we're going to a market floor. That also happens sometimes.
Or a boss.
That's the worst option.
Generally really interesting concept and so far pretty good execution. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, usually when someone says, I'm combining this thing with this other thing, it's like, yeah,
But here...
sure, but like this is kind of a genius combination of things.
Oh, yeah, but it makes sense here because mystery dungeons are bordering on survival games anyway, with how long some of the dungeons can be.
Yeah,
you really have to
absolutely.
manage your items.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a safe
storage!
room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're...
Maybe we could stand here for a little bit longer because I kind of have to go to the bathroom.
Alright, I'll hang out here.
Yeah, you hang out and entertain Chad and such.
Alright.
Yeah.
You know, this is a storage. It's red, so red means storage save room. That's really good. Maybe, wait, can we even... you go ahead, I'll tell you all about what I discovered.
Sure. Still haven't told my ghost story. Should really do that.
You should really get on. Okay. So this is good. Don't want to bring the explosions with me. I'll store the poison here. I gotta tell you a ghost story. I don't... That's not... Oh, when did I pick that up? Hold on. I'm gonna use that. Ghost story. Do I have a ghost... Do I even have a ghost story? Oh, you're right. I should have tried mixing the blue herb with the already mixed herb. Oh, I forgot about that. I didn't think of that. The book of tips and tricks says use the camera to watch out for an ambush. Alright. Use the word goddamn it. Make one up. I'm not good at making up stories. How do I any fun questions aside from making me make up stories? I'm not good at that. Help. Hold on, let me look at these posters. How do these do? There we go. Ocean work. These are fun faces. What are you? Alright. This is cool. On a scale of 1 to Skyrim, how much is this like Skyrim? I guess like 3, you have an inventory, you get to kill people, but that's kind of it. If 2 guys were on the moon and one of them killed the other with a rock, would it be fucked up or what? Probably. Wouldn't be okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, this is what I thought. So those are posters of real games. That's cool. I like that. Keep the gunpowder with me. Nothing with those, unfortunate. Oh, interesting. Wait, are these random? Oh, yeah, they are. Random tips and tricks. Ghost. Do I know any ghost stories someone else told me? No. I kind of don't believe in ghosts at all. Well, I guess I play ocean work, you know, the game book says. I guess I believe in supernatural things existing, but never in the way ghost stories say they exist. It's my thing, I guess. Come on, y'all, give me questions. I gotta fill time. Do I just pick this up or do I wait for Zoe? It seems important, this thing. Use sleeping pills to reset a floor. Alright. Zoe isn't here right now. Space Chunk, it's just me. But my favorite scary game. Ooh, this is hard. I like a lot of them. I get scared easy, so I like... so a lot of them are scary to me. Let's see. Big fan of Dead Space 1 and 2. I like most of the Resident Evil games, although I'm not good at playing the originals. I don't deal with the fixed camera angles. They fuck with me, so it just makes me terrible at the game. My favorite ghost type Pokemon. Probably Dusk Noir or Fluttermane. And yes, Mystery Dungeon is a big reason why I like Dusk Noir a lot. But I also just like its design a lot. It's just very cool. It's more of a smart fella or a fart smell. I prefer to be a smart fella, thank you very much. About the Dead Space remake, I actually loved it. I liked most of the new stuff that got added, like most of the changes that were made, and and the stuff that's the same is very faithful in a very good way. I like that Isaac got to keep his voice actor for the remake, even though in the original he didn't. But I was worried, but they didn't make him much of a smart-ass protagonist most games would make him. Most of the developers would make him, so it just felt like he was just a dude still, which he's supposed to be. But yeah, if anyone here is like, hey, do I play the original or remake? They're both still good, but the remake is way less clunky than the original. There's some cool new areas. Some story changes were not as great, but overall I say it's a very good remake. Resident Evil... Yeah, I'd say Dead Space is definitely up there. Accommodation, Iniquitous, Enigmatic Catacomb. I don't know what that means. What are you telling? What are you saying? What? Resident Evil Mystery. Oh. Okay. No, yeah, it's great. Like, I couldn't. It was actually kind of scarier playing the remake because I'm like, I don't know when they're gonna keep the original scares or put in new scares at all. It was scary because of that, because I didn't know when something would be changed after the first changes happened. So, Resident Evil 4 Remake is less scary that way because it changes things so much that I'm not worried about what's changed because it's like so, in a lot of ways it's so different. Resident Evil 4 Remake is much more of a separate game of the original than Dead Space Remake is of the original. Whereas I'd say you could play the Dead Space Remake and have a... Yeah, I guess I'm just streaming right now. I'm just filling up time. Yeah, no, I like that it's this time full. Almost they connected the areas better. Instead of just being a tram ride between areas, there were actual connecting areas this time. It was really good. I guess I have a Twitch TV. You can follow me there, I guess. Thanks for the shout-outs. They were last spotted engaging with content known as No Game. But yeah, I think they're both very good remakes, but in different ways. Dead Space is more of a remake, and Resident Evil 4 remake was more of a reimagining to me. Well, Dead Space remake is a remake that added stuff. When will you stream, Luke? I don't know. Most of the time I'm on a stream, I'm on Zoe's streams. I would like to maybe at some point stream for myself, but the thing is... I don't know if I have a good excuse. There's something in me that's like, makes me a little anxious about doing it all by myself. You're not watching it right now? No. Yeah, come on, I'm streaming. I'm streaming it. What are other very good horror games? Oh, actually, My Friendly Neighborhood. If you want what me and some other friends consider one of the only good mascot horror games, go play My Friendly Neighborhood. It's really good because it doesn't try to be too edgy like all the other ones. It's super fun. It doesn't come up with weird bullshit nonsense. It just kind of does its own thing, and it's great. It's like Resident Evil, but what if you were shooting puppets and were telling funny stories? That's kind of the game. There's some jank to it, but it's forgiven. The jank is very minor to me. My biggest complaint about My Friendly Neighborhood is that they didn't mark the big point of no return properly, which meant I had to replay a section because I didn't know it was going to be a point of no return, and I wasn't done finishing things in other areas. The dead don't get older. Okay. What are other ones I really like? I'm bad at thinking. I think that's why I'm like worried about streaming on my own. It's because I'm bad at quickly thinking of stuff like to deviate from a conversation. It's easier for me to play off someone I'm talking to. Although yeah, asking questions like that helps. My favorite fighting game, probably Smash Ultimate. I'd have to say it is the one I play the most frequently and put the most time in. But I also Dragon Ball FighterZ I'm also a big fan of, even though it's balancing is weird and it has issues and it needs rollback, but please add rollback. Who do I main in Smash Ultimate DBFC? Smash Ultimate, well, technically recently Myth Vampire, but I'd say more Daisy and Peach. I just like how they play a lot. And Dragon Ball FighterZ, classic Vegeta.
Boo!
And Android 16, because he's horrible. Harvey.
What are we talking about?
Just a bunch of stuff. I was like, hey, they were like, make up a coaster. I'm like, I don't know how. Just ask me things. I can play off that.
That's fair.
So I just ended up rambling about things.
Okay.
I did not pick up that sparkle until you came back. This tips and trick book sometimes give you things that aren't game tips and tricks.
Such as?
The dead don't get older.
Well,
Play ocean work. Play ocean.
Ocean work. Does it look? It looks like it would be a different game, but it's.
Yeah, it is a game. Like, because this is also a real game.
Special cook on the queen. No.
Ah, yeah, sorry. Welcome to my stream.
No. You can't do this to me.
On the contrary, I could do so quite easily.
Oh fuck. Anyway, sorry it took me so long, everyone. Hi.
It's okay.
I was gonna say something.
I saw you were so two-framed.
We are so two-framed. It's true.
Okay, let's pick. Oh, it really was just an herb. I thought it was a cool item, but it was just.
That would have been cool. Ocean work?
Oops.
Yeah, I sure hope it does. Ah! What is happening?
I just responded to you, like, because it was exactly. So yeah, storage box, which is.
But that looks like that looks like a close up of my eyes.
Yes, because I had the.
I peached, honey. I don't know. I had to find. It's because I find myself getting lost in there. Anyway, sorry, Chad.
Sorry, I had to deal with that. I guess I'll keep the confidence bullet with me just because it sounds good and it helped me save bullets. Maybe it'll take the place of one bullet. I don't know.
Maybe.
We'll have to see. Oh, new floor.
Cool.
I don't trust that shadow. I knew it. The snake.
It's a snake.
Oh, it's a snake. Why did it take damage? Wait, is that what I just picked up? Does it deal damage if I take? Possessing this trinket will hurt your attackers. Well, that worked out fast.
I really like that. Because, like, obviously you don't have, like, a bunch of abilities like you do in Pokemon.
Yeah.
So you have, like, a bunch of items in your inventory that you think.
They're giving me too many. This is an arrow quest.
What is that?
Possessing this trinket will strengthen your ranged weapons. I can't jump any of these. These are all good. But snake.
Ow, yeah, they're giving you in very quick succession. I guess because it's a demo and they want you to really get a feel.
But I might also just be getting very lucky because it's randomized.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, these are buff snakes.
Swole snake.
Swole snake.
If you got to keep one letter from your name and the rest were tossed into the abyss, which one would you pick? Oh, so he's back. No more bites. Yeah, hi. I think I would pick the Z or the Y for myself.
My instinct was L, but I'm like, I'm never gonna hear the end of the jokes that come with
Oh
it.
yeah, absolutely. See, if I pick Y, you can make the jokes, you know? So it's like, hey, why'd you do that? And it's like, I did what? What did I do?
Yeah. I guess I'd keep the K. Because, yeah, I keep the K.
Alright, okay.
Because I'm like, hey, what?
If your name was you, though, you could be like, you.
Ha! Hey, what are you doing? That's me, yeah.
That's, yeah.
I'm you. No, you're not. Yeah.
The letter, so many people have forgotten your name. Maybe that's why I want to have the Y, so people can't forget it anymore.
New door? Okay, so.
New door?
I don't know if that's actually a new door. We'll have to see. At some point, we're gonna run into an enemy that's actually way too fucking dangerous.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, health's already, like...
Yeah, but I'm greedy.
Suffering.
Okay, I can work with that. Give me that.
Nice.
Blue herb. Oh, alright, now I can try combining it with the already mixed one. Good, nice. I would be disappointed if I couldn't.
Why Gauntlet Queen, that'll be my full name.
My god.
Keeping the A, so whenever anyone asks what my name is, I can go,
Okay, there we go. Okay, these ones I can... Jesus, I'm doing 7 damage. It feels like a lot.
So good.
Okay. Let's pop. Like, it looks like there's a room there, but it might just be a lighting issue. It might not be an actual...
I think it's just because there isn't actually any...
Yeah.
There, it's just the other side of the wall.
I think you're right. It looked like something. So I want to make sure. Alright, I guess we just go in that room. This first floor of the new... Hi. No. Nice, I can reach from there. Well, I mean they can, so it'd be bullshit if I couldn't. Unfair, you could say. Hi. Good stab. Head I don't need another one.
Can you throw it?
I'm gonna throw it.
Can you put a single...
I killed him with my hand.
You threw gunpowder.
Oh no, I threw gunpowder. Picked up herb.
That's okay.
Picked up round serum.
Round serum. Oh, it's a teleport serum.
Luckily, I already killed most of the things on this floor. Hold on. There we go. Oh my god.
God, what a fucking genius concept this
This
is.
works really well.
I really, really like this.
Okay, maybe I'll just eat this herb. Eat this handgun.
Eat this handgun. Here, Pomni, eat
Wait.
this handgun.
I'm close to a level up. That's the way. Ah, whatever.
It's okay.
It's a demo anyway.
It's a demo.
Let's go to the next floor.
The demo's the whole game. Whoop!
I mean, that'd be fun.
You combine handgun and handgun for dual wielding, you know, in a horror game. Ooh, hello. Where'd you come from?
There's a little shadow on the ground. Okay, so they have 7 health. Oh.
Whoa.
Oh no. It's
That's different.
high. Oops.
That's wrong. Okay, they're weak.
Gunpowder. Let me just.
Imagine just like a guy just standing in the door, the doorway, just hello.
Those might be. Maybe they're fast. If they're a brittle stone charm. Oh, is this. Will make you stronger if you're more than healthy. What do you mean
You're more than healthy?
So, do you mean maxed out or more than maxed out? What does that mean?
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Hi there. Would you like a knife? You go.
It's actually a dagger.
Fuck. Herb. Blue.
Ooh. Keep the spectre train rolling. All right.
I'm gonna start throwing.
Sorry. Sorry. I just have so many bracelets and stuff. Stuff gets caught on them.
Oh, there.
Yes. Thank you.
My range damage is now higher than my.
Sorry. Sorry for pulling out the earbud again. This one's gonna go right here. No, here. Yeah.
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 Did I miss any?
One.
I think I did. I think there's
No,
another.
that's 8, no, 9. That's 1,
Yeah, but one of
2,
those-
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 even.
Yeah, but one of these is Vector, or is Charmy.
Yeah, but that's including counting 9, including Charmy.
Oh yeah, because one's on my face.
Yes.
Right.
So it seems fine.
But yeah, everything works out. No, because the Charmy was on.
Yeah. Wait. Then it's 10.
It's. I think we're good.
Oh, what is it about?
Go.
Go. I need to find something to throw my stuff at. I need to empty my inventory. Well,
There was one when I was AFK.
I didn't know.
I could never make a puppy queen because I have a phobia for dogs.
Oh, fuck. Ah, hello.
Oh, hello.
Would you like?
I do love that if you don't act, the enemies can't move or attack either, so you can stare a snake or zombie down like, can I fucking help you? It's that, but it's also like, when things get really tense, it's gonna be very,
Yeah.
like, oh, what do I do? Just standing right there, like, you have all the time in the world to decide, but
There we go.
it's gonna be so hard to do so.
It's over here. Oh, hello.
I don't think there was one while I was away.
Oh. I'm gonna go kill that snake first. Let me think. Yeah, kill that. Because the crows are way weaker.
It's just died.
God damn, another warp serum.
There was 2 doors on this floors.
Fuck off.
Bye.
Oh, he warped.
Yeah, because you threw a warp
Oh, I didn't think. I wasn't
yeah.
expecting it to deal damage.
If you throw serums, it's like it's the same as the seeds.
Yeah.
Pokemon. This is so funny to me because I remember in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, I like got the habit of always carrying like at least 1 or 2 warp seeds with me because I could teleport scary enemies away or teleport myself out of like a monster house or something, you know?
So, I'm just gonna throw the brittle stone charm. Get out of it. Experience serum. Alright.
Nice.
Healing serum. Oh.
You don't need that now.
Hold on. There we go. Green.
Green, green, green.
Firestone charm. What does that do?
Fired.
I dropped it.
Great job.
Charm made of firestone. Possessing this trinket will make some of your kills explosive. What way?
Yeah, that seems
Does that
potentially
as in-
dangerous.
Well, let's find out if it works. Hey, come on. Didn't explode.
Damn.
Disappointing. Well, anyway,
What's the point of anything anymore?
What's the point of it all? Wait, let's go here. Alright. My God.
Okay, well, they didn't hurt.
Spellbound glove. I'm running out of.
They're giving you so much shit, though. Like,
I mean, that's the thing, I guess. Like, they're like, you can really customize your build, but you need to.
but you have to pick.
Well, but,
If it's gonna be like, maybe it'll have kind of a
increases the strength of your throws. Great.
No. Let's see how good it is.
Wow, I threw them. Great.
Explode and die, drink it. But maybe it's kind of like a roguelike kind of deal.
Maybe, yeah. Spiked effigy. I don't want to get hit. That's not as good. But
The Firestone Charm. Possessing this charm will evolve your Eevee into Flareon.
herb. All right.
Ooh, yeah, if like the explosive thing can do a chain reaction, it'd be very funny.
Let's just look at trinkets are not much of a. Okay, they don't stack. Combine herbs. Okay. Combine gunpowder. Yep.
Wait, ocean work. Okay, it's definitely another game by this developer.
Yeah.
Well, gang, I guess maybe check it out.
Maybe. Exploded trinket. Oh. All right. Oh, that's nice.
Nice. God damn it! I'm so sorry. It's a fucking. It's a spike song.
Yeah.
Yeah. The price of goth.
This is like the fifth time already.
I'm so sorry. I'll try to sit still.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
Would you like to die? Okay. So many items. Oh.
You're different.
That's a redhead. They chase you exactly. The zombies chase you at half speed essentially.
So but the redhead's down.
No, because they are the ones that come back up after they stay down for up. That was a weird noise. I'm just gonna. Yeah, they're strong.
Tougher too. Not tough enough though.
I can't pick up her. Oh,
God damn it. Just.
Can I? Oh, I mean.
Yeah, it's not my fault. It's like,
Oh my God!
oh god.
Yeah, I'm. Ooh,
Oh,
9,000.
hey,
What?
nice.
9,099 damage? Did that say? That's
Did it?
stupid.
Floor plan.
What is that?
It's a map.
Oh, map.
But that looks like a floor plan. A close up of my.
Oh.
It's only the current floor. Floor revealed. Okay, so now open the menu again, maybe.
Oh wait, there has been a map
Oh,
this whole
there's been
time.
a map the whole time. Okay.
Well, all right, fair enough.
So where there was a white dot. White.
So this is the door. Yes. Okay. Blue. White dot is me. Blue dot is the door. All
Red
right.
dots are enemies.
Yellow dots are items. Blue.
Blurb.
Oh wait, bro, you
Another
can't.
vector also.
God dang it. Y'all.
Ooh, and an SPO for my yay.
The other one.
Yeah. This vector is gonna go here. Vector just left side of the wing. We know this.
It's great.
This is canonical.
Y'all, there's so many.
It is kind of a lot, I will admit.
The whole gang is on you.
Yup. What do you guys think of my new cool glasses?
Amazing. Okay, so yeah, the select button is the map button. That's good. No. All right. Gunpowder. Do I have gunpowder with me? I'm gonna throw that blue herb at the next guy I run into.
Jody, that's just how turn on that works.
Blue serum.
You threw it.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Attack lost.
That sucks. Well, don't use those anymore, but you can throw them at bosses and such.
True. Oh no, you threw the attack up potion at the boss.
And strength the attack down one. Why'd you fuck it up so bad, bud?
How did you fucking do this? Come on. Ow, you bitch. Get shot. Ow. Get killed. Green serum. What?
Aw, damn. It's so sad that when you go into that screen, it doesn't When you do the meme thing, all the PNGs and stuff go away. I wonder if I can fix that.
HP decrease. I drank acid.
Great job.
It happens. Okay, it's gonna be. Yep.
Nice job.
Just checking for maybe blue herb. Oh, yeah, right, it's the one I threw. It went that far. There we go. I don't know why I wasn't combining it. Oh well.
I am gay gloves? Wait, what are you guys talking about? Is that a reference to something? Magic gloves? They're yellow?
I don't know what.
Okay, apparently that was a reference.
Tranquilizer
So
serum.
don't use that. It's a reference to
Strength serum.
something. Okay, yeah.
Fuck.
Oh, Luke.
Accidentally double pressed. Oh well. Well, nothing changed, I guess. Yeah, nothing changed. Oh well.
Red Mario gay gloves. What the fuck are you guys talking about? What is going on in chat?
I don't know. I have no idea what
That's
they're talking
Sonic
about.
Shorts bit making fun of Omo Chow announcing everything ever. Oh yeah! I think I do remember that actually.
I sure don't. Let me eat this.
Sonic Shorts was so fun. Sometimes, kind of bad because it was a they were like little anthologies from different animators, so they weren't all good, but some of them were good.
Healing serum.
I don't remember any of them except for that one. Volume 9 is brand new.
big.
That's happening. Oh, Frankenstein. Kill that one.
Ow. I'm having.
Ooh, first person mod.
Yes, I've used it a couple times.
Oh, have you?
Hi.
Beginning.
Ow. Okay,
Just
but
try playing in first person mode for a little bit.
all right. I can pick that up. Healing serum. Oh, okay.
It's Frankenstein. Oh my god, there they are. Yay. Frankenstein, they're not finding you.
The thing is, I
Monster
can't.
High.
Oh wait, no, I can't.
Ooh, thing.
There's a black serum. Do I want to try it?
Do you?
Do I? XP lost.
Oh, bad.
No
That
good.
is cute though, that amnesia makes you lose XP.
Well,
Didn't even seem to do that much.
no, I think I have to actually use the explosive.
Yeah, I think you just threw it and didn't ignite it.
Well. Oh, hi.
Ah, fuck. It's a morb. A meteor.
Oh, it's killed some things. The
Man,
revolver. That's.
I hope they changed the graphic for the explosion because it's a lot right now.
Yeah. Okay, so I got a better gun now.
Nice. You can get rid of the old gun.
Yeah, but I'm gonna throw that somewhere. Okay, pick up herbs. Let's continue on. We can want to play more than this game.
Yeah. This is a very chunky demo.
Yeah. Get rid of the handgun. Put the healing serum away. We already have 2 full heals with poison recovery with us. A lot of ammo. Use the camera to watch out for ambush.
Yeah. Herb.
I don't want to. Actually, no, I'm not taking it with me. Put it in there. There we go. Let's go. Are we?
Oh. Is that dead hand?
Hold on, let me. How do I? There we go. Sure looks
Oh, hey,
like.
that's
That's dead hands.
That's our buddy Dead Hand.
That's scary.
Uh-huh.
Hi.
Hello. Ooh, laugh. Ooh, okay.
Ow. I got button confused for a moment. Oh, he teleports around.
Ooh, the shadow. Oh, that's weird. I was thinking, like, aren't the boss fights just gonna be standing in front of the boss and just wailing on it like in Mystery Dungeon, but no.
This is... Kill that.
Oh hey, Dead Hand. I thought you were Dead Hand.
That didn't fully heal me at all.
No, I didn't. This game is called House of Necrosis.
I have to get rid of some of these arms.
Oh, they respawn. Okay.
Did it die to that?
Oh, they can drop things.
Yeah, but... Fuck, sorry. Ow! Fucking pieces of shit! Leave me alone! This is a problem.
Yeah.
I have to...
Damn, these are just not full heals at all.
No.
You should use another heal.
I can't. I'm out.
Oh no.
I didn't think I'd be fighting up. Oh wait, I have a healing serum. I have a healing serum, but pretty sure.
Yeah, maybe wait until you get the technical one.
Okay, picked up her.
You can use the era.
Recover some HP. Okay, I'll just.
Hello.
Hi. I just. Okay.
Hey, nice.
Okay, that was it.
That's probably the demo.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. That is very fucking cool though.
Very fun concept. Very good.
I really like that.
Can't control this menu.
Alright. That was such a fun concept.
Very good. Very good demo. Liked that a lot.
Yeah.
I killed Dead Hand.
Yay!
Whoa!
I do feel that it could be enhanced by having handmade maps instead of randomly generated maps, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe like still have items and enemy locations randomized, but have specific rooms
Yeah.
with some more decoration and such to make it feel more like a place.
I have one thing, like the first person mechanic to see where enemies are better ahead of you is good, but the moment you go out of it, the whole map is rotated along with you.
Oh,
So, like-
that is not
like-
good. That's weird.
I guess I can quickly show it. I think. Yeah, look, kind of squib.
Also, yes, Jody. It would be nice to to send a link to the game so people can wishlist it, but you know, Glenn already did. What are you gonna do now?
I'm just quickly getting in to just show you what I mean. Not unlocked yet. Interesting.
Yeah.
Don't know how that works, but what I mean is like
play through both.
like if I go like this, see, it's fine, but map rotated.
Oh yeah.
And it disorientates the fuck out of me.
Yeah, that's not something that ever happened in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon either.
No, I mean you didn't have a first-person mechanic either.
No, that's true, but you just couldn't rotate your camera.
So.
I'm sorry, Jody. You're doing good.
Wait.
Don't worry.
Oh, challenge mode because we the game.
Yeah.
So hold on, quick look how if that's how
Just go
much.
in there and every tile is filled with monsters.
It's just only the redheads and then they fucking kill you. Look for missing team members. I didn't find one of them.
No, but there might just be. Maybe you would find one after the boss.
Maybe. Hold on. Luckily they have two up. Blue orb. Gunpowder. Ow. I feel like that hurt more than it should have. I think it did.
Oh, that's. They have more health. Ooh. It truly is challenge mode.
Brown serum.
Maybe the boss was a team member. Ooh, that's very fun. Spooky nookie.
I got a brown serum. The brown serums this time are the healing serums.
I'm guessing that the secret character is the protagonist of Build Ocean or whatever that game's called. I forget.
Ocean World
Ocean Work. That's one. That's close.
goes. Okay, there's the exit. Let's just go there. Give me that. Ow. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Should we go on to the next game though?
Yeah. Probably if you beat challenge mode, you get a new playable character, I imagine.
Uh-huh.
There we go. How's the game's gone? Do you want to switch seats? You still didn't tell the ghost story.
Oh my fucking
I
god.
guess I'm playing one more game.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Right, hold on. So we did that. Let's find another game to play.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to tell my ghost story.
Blast cats.
Oh, whoops.
Oh, cat.
Kippy.
What's a cat? Who guessed? Into the 3D world of Blast Cats and help CC run, jump, bomb, and hammer her way to victory. As Vader explodes into the world. Hang in there, baby. Cartoon violence.
Hang in there, baby. And it's a girl.
Ah, don't be mean.
Hey, rude. Jody, that's rude.
How do you switch game again in the stream?
Oh, right.
I don't know how to do that. Alright. Come on, with this.
Should happen. Should appear any moment now.
There we
go.
It might be the point. I don't know. Don't judge a cat by their cover.
So,
What the fuck?
is this gonna be like a horror game?
Was it a dream come true? It's a witch gone wrong.
Ooh. Like, I'm assuming this is like a deceptively fun, wacky, cute game, you know? Oh, look at the setting. But did you skip it?
Well, yeah, we didn't want spoilers.
Fair enough.
And then now everyone's gonna
It
have
doesn't look like it was just like showing the trailer, so.
But I didn't. Yeah,
Yeah, no, I mean, like, that's kind of, like, we're already gonna play it, you know?
yeah, we're all.
It's like, go to the moon. Go to the moon. Go to the moon.
What's this music?
So, my ghost story, which I experienced, of an experience that I had really in real life. This is 100% honestly a thing that happened for real. What the fuck? Oh, cheats. Okay. We don't know any cheats. Okay. Once upon a time, I was cycling through the woods. And I found a building. I found like the kind of like cottage that you can just sort of rent. You know, it looked like that kind of building in the woods. It had 2 floors. The game is loud. Okay, can you go into...
Wait, not loud for me.
Well, it doesn't matter. Chat says it's loud? It's loud.
Is it loud?
Chat says it's loud.
Oh, I thought it was. Okay, chat says loud.
Keep going.
It's like this good?
This is probably better. But I feel like you could turn it down just a little bit more. Maybe the music specifically.
Well, we don't know what the sound effects are like.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was thinking like just turn the music down so that the sound effects are a little bit louder.
There we go.
That's probably good enough.
Fly. There we go.
Okay, so I was cycling through the woods. I was cycling through the woods, and I found a house, sort of like cottage you can rent in the woods. There are 2 floors, and looked very abandoned. One of the windows was basically just boarded up, and through the other one I could see empty boxes and packaging stacked up. It was clearly had not been used in a very long time. There was also a car next to it that the tires were entirely flat. It was completely covered in like miscellaneous tree stuff that had fallen from the trees and such. And I went up. On the back of the building was a staircase leading to a sort of balcony place on top of the building, where there was a plastic, like a lawn chair and a plastic table, and the lawn chair was just like had a hole in where the seat used to be, and there was a door leading into the building, and it was just because there's no windows there, I guess, and just because of how the sun was at the time, but it was pitch black. Like I was not able to see anything through that door. I could tell that I wasn't just looking at like a black board in front of the window. It was just so dark in there that I couldn't see anything. So that was weird, I thought. Why is that just here in the woods? And I keep going a little bit longer, a little further, and then there's another building that is a long building. It was like along the road. So it was perpendicular to the road. Is that correct? It was parallel to the road.
I guess, yeah.
Does it mean when it like follows the road?
I think it parallels means that, like 2 lines are next to each other going the same thing.
Yeah, perpendicular they cross each other.
Yeah, I think so.
It was parallel to the road.
Yeah.
It was a longer building. It also had 2 floors, and on the side of the building, so not on the one on the short side of it, so not along the road, was a door. And As I approached this building, I started to hear a very loud thumping coming from the building. The building also looked pretty abandoned, so I didn't like see any cars that were in use or anything near it. So I didn't think it'd be a person, but there was a loud thumping coming from the building. A rhythmic thumping. It was like a... You know?
Aye.
And I was like, what the... Okay, what is that? And I noticed it's coming from like the back of the building. So I pass that door. I go around the corner, and the moment I go around the corner, the second, like an even louder thump happened, and then it stopped.
Ha!
And I tried looking through windows and stuff. I didn't see anything, and then I was like, okay, I am thoroughly uncomfortable. I'm gonna go, and then I just left.
Yeah. Must have been the wind.
There was a real thing that happened to me.
Could have been the wind.
Could have been the wind, I guess. Could have been an animal of some sort. I didn't see anything.
Maybe someone was doing drugs and I saw you and so they whatever they were doing.
Maybe. Who knows? And those buildings are gone now. Ooh. They were just demolished. That is the closest I've come to a genuine ghost experience. I can't say it wasn't a ghost, but you know.
Yeah.
Like, I guess that could just be an old house setting, but that's spooky. Well, then, I feel like it wouldn't be like a very loud thumping, you know? It would be like some creaking for a little bit. It wouldn't be a rhythmic thumping for a really long time, and then specifically a really way louder thump the moment I turn the corner to where the thumping is coming from, and then it's gone.
Or it was a
you know? Huh?
Or it was a coincidence.
It might have been a coincidence. I'm just saying.
No, I know.
You know? Oh, also I have to do another sticker.
Also, I wanted to point out the cats is stylized to be like a genie lamp in the logo.
A little bit, maybe.
No, I think it is like the little. I think it's meant to be that.
Might be.
Rouge.
But we've got a rouge to offer Jody an Isle of Sanity in this trying time of Vector Palooza. Here you go. We'll put rouge right up here.
Nice.
No. We'll put it close to Chet, so that she's closer to
Over the chat?
Jody. Yeah, just a little bit.
All right.
A spooky Vector. Okay.
God damn it.
Well, what's spookier than being upside down?
Is this the most of one you've had in a while?
In a while, certainly. I've had a lot of shadows and knuckles as well.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Where I was your sight.
Oh, I hate these long drives.
Well, you're driving back.
What happened to being scared of me careening us off the side, huh?
Guess I'm too tired again.
Unbelievable.
Remember, we are scouting the site. Got an estimate?
Yeah. I'll only blow things up a little bit. Cute. I still think about Knuckles Tower. I can never believe it. Ooh.
Well,
Nice.
here's the blade. Shame we can't take the car any further. I'm gonna go on ahead and make a game plan.
Yum.
I'm go.
Old fart probably just has to use the can.
Double jump. All right. Let's practice. You sure can? Mm-hmm. Okay, good to know. So, can you sneak?
Oh, you get different music when you do. That's cute.
This is a bomb. Oh, well, it's one of the two bombs I just used. You? Oops. Zombie. You sure are. Kill the zombie.
Yeah.
What does it say? Oh.
Important weapon of girl. Big hammer.
Smash the switch
True.
with your hammer. Something might happen.
You did. I'll go in, I guess.
That's fun.
Cute.
Oh,
Ooh, whoa, God, okay.
Ciao. Welcome to the bomb boot camp. Time to get familiar with basic detonation. Oh, this is the
Tutorial.
Jump on the exit spring if you want. Okay. That makes sense. Whoop. The music is so fucking funky. Elevator head needs to be activated by hitting a bomb target. Try to bowl it. Oh, bomb bowl. Are we bomb bowling?
I think we're bomb bowling.
And run into it to kick it.
Wow,
Okay.
so this is truly and very indeedly Bomberman.
There we go. I did it.
Good job.
I'm gonna do it. Wow, strikes are so easy when you have bombs. Okay, that's fun.
It's not like you were like breaking the bowling rules, you know that, right? By just like walking on top on the track.
Who's gonna stop me?
Me. I punched you. It's like Bomberman 64, yeah.
Try press.
You can rotate the camera. Whoa!
Oh. Oh.
You got the N64
Oh.
sound effect.
That's fun. That's
Ooh, yeah, the fact you can put it to sides and
that's
stuff.
interesting.
That's wild.
Wow, this control's funky. I love the music. There's something from tail. Wow. Some enemies can only be destroyed by bombs. Some, however, cannot.
Ooh, which can?
How to go?
Whoa, physics. That's not very, like, time accurate.
That's okay.
No.
That's why it's haunted.
Oh. Okay then.
Let's just make it spooky. Like, that's impossible. It's a place. Oh, I got a gem. You got the red gem. Each bonus zone holds a gem. To complete the level, you will need at least 3 out of the 6 gems. All right.
Okay.
Let's see. A pumpkin.
Yay, I hate those.
Yay, destroy. Oh. Grab some money. Oh. Uh-oh. Hey, how would you don't give me the money? I saw you going there. I saw you walking. I saw you going. Oh, that's smart. This one immediately goes over to the button, so even if you don't reach,
Yeah, like
you're likely to hit it.
That's smart.
I like that. That's good. Stay in the ground.
No, Grandpa, not your time.
Near you, Grandma.
You both had your time. Damn, no fucking loot from that one, cringe.
Cringe ass pumpkin.
You can't keep killing all the enemies, come on.
Why not? I need the money.
Do you?
I know, probably. They're giving me money, so I might need it.
Fair enough.
But you're right, I can't keep killing all of them. Bob, I have 4.
Nice. Is that a permanent increase in the amount of bombs you can have? Who
know.
knows? Probably not.
What is it? Condemns keep out. That means you. Well, that's silly. I like that.
You need to switch. You need to find a switch.
You're right. Let me see this.
No, right. There it is. Throw a bomb. Throw a bomb.
I missed.
Oh, I feel better.
Missed.
Do a better job.
Doing it.
Nice.
There we go. It does seem okay. Let's see.
Your bombs regenerate, yes.
Nice. Yeah, they
That's
do.
good.
That's okay. That's fun. I was like worried that I used one and then wouldn't get back. But
No, we're good.
wow, you're on cloud 9. Clowns aren't too solid. So what's your stat? What do you mean?
Is this also a tutorial or is this a bonus area? Jump on the thing.
Boing.
Ooh, it's a doodle jump.
Doodle jump.
Doodle dip.
Oh. That's
Ooh, go fast.
Boing.
This is... It's very odd to me that, like, this is how we are introduced to the game, you know?
Yeah, but I like these bonus stages that are kind of Mario Sunshine. Why did I just only do this double jump there?
I think it's because you walked off the platform by accident first.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have a life system, so it's fine. I got a HP system, but I didn't lose one from falling.
Yeah.
So that's okay. Challenging but forgiving. I like that. Scoot! I panicked.
That's okay, bud. Should I try?
Yes. I guess I'll sit here.
Ooh, you know I'm trying. No! Oops.
The hammer looks funny.
Yeah, that's a good sound when you hit stuff with it.
Dong, dong, dong.
I think they should have a very small chance. God, that jump stop. I think they have to have a very
More vector.
I think they should have a very small chance. I'll do it later. To have the metal pipe playing sound effect.
Would that play for way too long?
Yeah, dude.
Good job.
That's a Chaos Emerald.
Where's that damn fucking chaos? Oh, fucking weird. Well, fucking wild that the camera works like that. Oh! E! Don't blow up. Jody getting violent over the vectors.
I'm sorry, Jody.
We
got your mother in a whip. In a whip.
whip,
Got your mom. Whip.
whip.
Anyway, it is 9 p.m. Peep. It is not. Shh. 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 We. Anyway,
Great, thanks for shushing.
I'm just thinking of funny YouTube poo. Hey gang, what if we took a little break? What if we took a little 20 or so minute break?
Little break.
Ooh, yay! Ow. Ooh. Ow.
Don't forget the vector.
Yes, let me just do that vector first.
Get vectored.
Man, the vibe is all over the fucking place today.
What do you mean?
I put him in the middle.
Oh. Quality.
Yeah. Ooh, Crimson Flesher has apparently requested Discord access at some point. Is this so? It looks like it is so.
Yeah, this is true.
So if someone could do that, that would be nice.
Crocodile.
Crocodile. So, during this break, we'll play some nice music for y'all while I do my Astrogel. Please, if you have any medicine, please remember to do so. Remember to stay hydrated, get some snackies, and stretch your leggies. You want to say anything before we go? Whoa, so true, so real. Thank you so much. Okay, bye everyone.
Bye.
Bye. I mean, boo.
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 Ah.
Ah.
Yeet.
Ah.
Oh. Alright.
Yeah, this one. Just save the fucking thing. Don't, you never better not be reading that shit. That's spoilers for you, motherfucker.
Get it up the screen.
Yeah, I'm trying. Sorry. It's my character. You know, let's see it. Another vector, sure. Let's get it. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Welcome to the Vector Icons stream. That's what it is now. It's just two vectors. Yay.
Amazing.
Bump on the socials.
Bump.
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 Wait, I should be. Hold on a second. Bump. We're having a vectorific time. Huh?
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, I think it's funny.
Cave of Bad Dreams just came up.
I know. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. We'll get through this together, okay? All right.
Let's go.
Yes, I'm turning on my controller. Anyway, hi everyone. If you weren't here from before the break, we're playing some Spooky Yuki games. Although a lot of it is just we're just sort of rambling.
Yeah, this one isn't as spooky yet.
We haven't had many spooky games yet, but we've only had 1.5 game. So.
And this one we're playing is
Cartoony, but who knows? Maybe it's deceptive, you know?
maybe it's tricking you.
Yeah. So that's what we're doing.
Let's go.
Woo! Let's go inside Dimension now.
Wow.
Dude, this is just like in the previous game. Pops? That didn't sound good. Where did he get to?
I'm fucking dead.
I don't die.
I done did it. I done.
Ooh.
I done.
Yay, we've got like the little standing on the edge of the platform animation.
I like a cat painting. Ooh,
Oh.
painting.
Hey, the money gives painting. I mean, other way around. Fuck, no, I'm trying to...
Hitbox.
There we go.
Why is your gravestone in the middle of the fucking house?
I think it's... Here is wisdom. The sacred candelabra makes the spirit tangible.
Alright.
Wait, hold on, make sure it gets... Oh no, it's just a big little squish squatch. Squish squish. See, I have died badly.
I died.
I done died.
Badly.
I'm fucking dead.
No.
See, I done died.
I done been the big one.
Huh?
That one hurt you.
Okay. This is a bit confusing. Ooh, a ghost.
Okay, so this one is just... I think this one is just spooky themed instead of being actually scary.
It seems like it, but you never know.
Oh, kind of cool face on it.
Yeah, his face was kind of cool. Whoa, what is going on with you?
Oh, the way it renders that. That's kind of cool.
Ooh, that's wild.
That's
It like,
cool.
because it sort of, it seems to make, like, it sees, it, I don't know how to explain this, but it's a technical thing. Anyway.
Run in front of, just run past in front of it. I think it even
Ow.
Okay, just don't go for floating objects that have no, that aren't the things we already
I'm
know
not
are
getting the
good.
money.
Can you hit the ghost?
Don't think it, ow, it can hit me.
Smack you.
Chair.
Wisdom. Give me wisdom or something.
Get the ghost over here.
Oh, is that what it, wait, hold on. Ow.
Oh, that hurts you if you're too close to the explosion.
Man, I'm being really good at this. You come to me. Does this kill you? Ah! You become... Yeah.
Okay, so you can do the bonus stage now, I think.
How's the based cat? Alright, so far, I guess. What bonus stage?
You activated the pink thing, so
Oh, right.
there you go.
Yeah, the Vector is just like on top of the cat.
It's really funny. Well, time for more bonus.
Yeah. When I see this, I expect like the Wario World music.
Yeah.
Like that music.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you can check your controls in the pause menu.
Great.
They should have written it as like pause, you know, like kitty paws.
Yeah, jump.
And jump bombs. This power-up makes your bombs capable of launching you in the air. They only work here though.
Oh, you got extra platform mechanics. Okay.
This power-up allows you to press the context button to remote detonate your bombs.
Okay.
The context button. Bomb jumping can be tricky. Here's a tip. You don't need to jump, just stay near the bomb.
Context. Ooh, hey, help.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
You should have. Bye. Alright.
Whee! I done did it.
You do take damage, yeah. This one's fun, but it's... I don't think this one is gonna get scary at all.
Probably not, but maybe that's exactly what you wanted you to think. Who knows? Oh, whoops. Oh, you can hold them.
Oh, but and then they... Okay, and you can aim... Okay. Oh, I had the fucking...
Oh, I didn't hear me.
fucking... dubstep Dalai Lama thing in this. You hear that? It's funny. Uh-oh. Well,
I'll be fine.
no.
No, probably not. Ah, oh. That would be nice. No, okay.
From the start.
Okay, what I feel here is... What the hell was that? Why did you keep walking, cat?
You hit. I think you hit the sneak button. You seemed like a good sneaking.
I don't know what's up with my controller. The batteries like don't last at all anymore.
Oh, that's what happened.
I don't know, dude. I don't know why that's the case.
Dead battery.
Another vector.
Ow. There's a desk here.
Yeah, dude. That's
Ow.
where we're sitting at.
Oh my god.
Careful, bud. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
How many
I'm
vectors?
just gonna cover your face.
Ah!
Listen, my face is covered, so is yours, okay?
Okay. What about the context? But what? Try throwing a bomb and then remote detonating it by a different button.
Oh, was that it? Yes, okay.
Okay,
It's,
and then we can do it faster.
it's the left trigger. Or shoulder button, rather. So that's very useful in this one.
Yes.
But the feeling I get with this game right now is that they wanted to have like a spooky mansion exploration game, but also wanted like 6 platform challenges.
So now you have both, but
But they're disconnected, and you have like mechanics that only work on one of them. It feels a little bit unfocused.
I get what they're going for. It kind of reminds me of the bonus, well, the platforming only stages from the Super Mario Sunshine. But if you're trying to go for a spooky atmosphere,
What the hell?
and that one is just impossible to judge that. Yeah, it's kind of.
Oh, I died. I died because I tried too often.
Oh. Well, at least you don't have a life system.
Like, yeah.
But I'm just like,
This isn't new. Oh, it's exit.
yeah. Like, it's fun, but it's kind of good to throws out the spookiness. I don't think. Nope.
No.
What the hell?
You would think you have to
How
do
do
it
you
at the arrows, right? Like that's as high as you need to be, but
But even at the
seem
top,
like
you
it.
weren't doing it either. That's the weird part. It's like, how do you make that? Maybe you actually have to jump this when they explode this time.
this is good though.
This is good. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Based on the fact that the demo is a nightmare demo, I think this mentions this graveyard aesthetic is unique to the haunted PSX disc. Oh, do you think?
Oh.
Okay, that would also make a lot of
That
sense.
would make a lot of sense. This is more about.
There we
What?
go.
You got so much more distance.
Yeah, because I put more distance between myself and the bomb. So I got launched forward more so than upward.
Oh, you were staying too close to me.
Yeah, but I thought I was doing the same thing as I was with the first jump, but I didn't need to do anything there, so... So that confused me.
Okay. And now you have to do the whole thing again. Oh, no,
thank
okay,
God,
not this
okay.
time. Nope.
Well, that's not good. And there's no, like, health here, so...
Yep, you're just. Nope.
Okay, I'm done.
You should have done.
I'm just gonna keep doing the normal game.
Having such neon pink cat in a place like this is funny.
Kind of like Fennec Queen.
Yeah, a little bit.
Kind of a Fennec Queen beat,
Yeah.
if you're looking at this character, you know?
I was expecting you to bring it up early. Yeah, that. No. But he.
I'm just having fun.
Fair enough.
Just having some fun, though. Okay, it's all loud.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Maybe.
It's maybe loud.
We'll see. We'll see later if it's. You just now have to find.
Ooh,
Okay, that's fun.
that's cute. I thought he was like doing like a peace sign.
You hit him and he fades.
Yeah.
Can you hit that? Okay, the golden ones don't blow up, so just.
Oh,
Oh, okay, so they just attack you if you get close.
do they all do it? Yep.
You sure? It seems like it.
Like sad clown cat. Why did you add that emote to your channel, Chuddy?
Why did you do
What
that?
for?
What for? Is it because of the vectors?
It's because of the vectors.
Because
Ooh, blow.
it was more.
Blue is number 2. Oh, I do have to like kill the ghost in order or something?
I don't.
Or maybe it's like later we have to do a puzzle. Do you see the shadow up there? There's a shadow there.
It is the shadow of it. Is it like a chandelier dangling around somewhere in this room?
Maybe. Oh, look at the eyes over there. Ooh.
Oh. Ah.
Oh!
Trap door.
I just jumped up again. Ooh, a skeleton. Hello. Oh, you are a threat. Okay.
And I think you can just hit the green one.
Yeah, looks like it. Yep. You need more? Green is number 4.
Blue is 2, green is 4. Alright.
Okay. Remember this, chat. This is important.
It'll be on the test.
I'm gonna be real sad and disappointed in you guys. So you
I
gotta
like that
remember this.
skeleton.
Okay, that skeleton is a reference to a previous
The haunted.
haunted PS1 demo disc.
It's fun.
He was like the mascot for that one, and like the host.
I'm squeaking.
You know me squeaking. But you're a cat, not a mouse.
Okay, so
Now what?
you could only get in here initially through the trapdoor.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe never.
Never mind, I guess. Whatever. Ooh. Ooh.
Hello.
Hello,
What?
guys. Oh, we're dead. No, but now I'll never be able to cross the river Styx.
You good at anyway. You good at swim. Oh, you're
No,
right.
it's because they have the money to pay the ferry. Okay.
Do you want to do bonus stage?
I'll give it a try. Ooh.
Oh boy, vehicle level.
New to driving, check out the how to play section in the pause menu. No. Get ready to burn some rubber. The brakes suck on this thing, so you just gotta drive.
I like the bomb with teeth on the car.
Oh, I didn't see it yet. I'll look in a moment.
Is
But
this
first we gotta
another-
do another vector?
Yeah, you're doing this on purpose.
Obviously, Daya's doing it on purpose.
This is over and over. It's you.
It's not just Daya.
It's been at least 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean a lot of Daya, but not all.
So, you know, the majority from the same person at this point.
Yeah, so what? So wait, hold on. Oh, that's a fun bomb. That's fun.
It's like a bomb with a bomb in it. Oh my.
It's so funny to me that they have like higher poly models of them like this, you know, for like these renders.
Yeah.
It's very fun.
When you did
Driving.
it twice, it felt like you did. Good image.
The tail being the seat belt, kind of.
Yeah.
Cute. I like her. I only did it twice, apparently. Michael's Rabbit has done it like 3 or 4 times. Nice. You can jump, move left, right, and brake. The car will center itself. The car will center itself if you let go after the wheel.
Oh, there's go.
Let's go.
Ding. Oh my god. Are you dead? You're just dead behind the wheel.
God.
Oh, this looks janky.
Yes, it is. Ooh, that's a janky fucking jump. Does not feel like an actual jump.
That just looks in.
Oh my god.
Oh, this does not look like it controls that well.
No, ooh, it's not the best part of the game.
Oh my god.
Not my favorite, I gotta be honest. Oh no.
You can jump, you can run, you can jump.
Fuck.
What the fuck is happening with those cars?
It's fine.
I just noticed them like that. What the fuck? Oh, this. Oh, I can.
This is good.
I don't have to use these controls to know how this feels. I think. Oh.
It's like you also like don't have as much speed as you would expect.
Oh, that's what that
It's
is.
very weird.
Jody was working on.
Ah, there we go.
You can break.
That's what I was expecting, yeah. I love video games! Yay!
Something driving me.
That is very accurate to the PSX era, you're right. It's very very Crash Bandicoot, you know?
Yeah. God.
Fuck!
It's a good there's no lives. I don't know if this help. Oh, what the fuck? That looked like you hit that.
Nah, I'm doing so good because I'm always jumping. What the how am I supposed to do that?
I don't know.
I looked away for 1 second. Why are we in Twinkle Park now? Fucking wish we were in Twinkle Park. They're controlled better than this.
Sure does. Oh, can I have a feel for this place?
Yeah. After this is times you can play.
I wanna know how bad this feels.
It's not good, bud. I hate the jump.
The jump feels so weird.
Oh, I'm doing it.
All right, let me try this. Oh,
Bomb.
look at some. Wait. No, there's no bomb. Jump bomb. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, right, it autocorrects.
Yeah, it autocorrects in the
Middle.
center.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
it
the jump
works.
sucks.
Like it worked. It just feels so fucking awkward. No, we cannot.
Hey, you know what? We're going on skipping the start animation now after once. That's good.
Like that kind of worked, right?
Oh fuck!
At least in Twinkle Park, cute couples get in for free, right? I just need a partner, and then we'll definitely get in for free. Ah, left fist and right fist are the cute couple. Very good.
That sucks.
It's not good, right?
Oh, this is bad. Hey,
there's a lot of ambition behind this game. I just think they might have
scope creep.
Yes, they have scope creep. Absolutely.
I'm not even gonna get that book. Okay.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, get the stick to the left because there's
oh my gosh. Oh, no! That's at the end, too.
You think you have to jump so much earlier than you do because the jump is so fucking garbage.
This jump sucks. It doesn't feel like a jump. It looks like you're just being moved up and then down. Like you're not jumping, you know? It's just like there's just like an invisible hand just moving you up and down like an asshole.
Yeah, really though.
I think they probably should have left this out of the demo. Maybe let it cook.
Maybe a little bit.
Personally, I love it. Bomb animals are based. I'm not saying that this game doesn't have potential. I'm just saying that it's very clear that the developers wanted to try too much, which meant that the stuff that they
put in the demo.
Yeah, at least in the demo is unpolished. Yeah, nice.
Oh my god, there we go.
Yay!
So we now have the yellow gem. We have 3 gems. We can beat it. It said you needed the 3 gems to beat it.
Oh, okay.
So I guess we'll go beat the game.
Yep, we got more demos to play after all. Probably back to the center room. What's wrong? See you guys?
No, I just sounded like it sounded loud outside. It did, but I didn't know what was. So okay, we have 3. We have 3.
What is the big door? The biggie scary door.
Oh,
locked.
Oh,
yeah, why?
5 keys.
You burned rubber and got the yellow gem. The tires aren't the only thing burning.
I took them.
The car is also burning from all of this stuff.
Yo, bitch!
Die!
Oh, hey.
Whoop! Fuck. There's a door over there. You can smash it. Smash it with a hammer. Bathroom.
Okay, so check it out. Let's see if we get another vehicle.
It really does feel like it's like these things are the main game, you know?
Yeah.
Whoa, there's a controller down here. It'd be cool if it was like mimicking your movement.
That'd be fun.
Oh. Camera.
I mean,
I gotta do an
Oh wow. I can't fucking. Here's wisdom.
Send the tower of blocks. Satisfy the bin's desires. Throw bombs in there again. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, that's simple enough, I suppose.
Silly as fuck. Why?
Maybe they're gonna do more with that concept later.
This song.
It's good, I like it. So send the tower of hubris. Weight the plate with explosives.
Fuck.
No, they sent this one.
Yeah. There we go. Okay.
Come on, that's rude. Oh yeah, you could do it. Oh, kind of. Ooh.
Broken. God dang it.
Missed.
Fuck.
Ooh, close. Yeah, sure, that works.
That works.
I don't know if that's what they...
Yeah, no, that's intentional.
Ah, see, here to go... Oh, okay, now they're doing more with it. 2, 3.
Boinkers.
Yellow one again. And stand on the red button. 1, 2.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
It's fine.
Oh, I guess it doesn't matter if you do...
Ow!
Ow!
Damage. Oh, and more doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay, it doesn't matter if it's more.
Alright,
then.
interesting.
Genuinely obsessed with how bad shit this OST is. I love it. I love a soundtrack that dares to go crazy. You know,
it's a lot of fun. You just break it every time. All right, that's fun.
it's very good.
So it goes supporting it every time, and it's like, no, you can't stop me.
What a ghost.
Red ghost.
There's kind of lever here, but it's not turned on. I know if you can turn it off at a. No, I guess not. Guess we just leave. Yep. Uh-oh. Okay.
That was interesting.
I was just like, oh, end of the demo, I guess. Yay.
Oh, there we go.
Ah, here's
I still have fireworks.
Yes.
I don't think I was supposed to do that because I brought that from that bonus stage. I don't think that was.
Yeah, maybe not. Also, red is number 1.
It's red 1, blue 2, green 4. So now we just need one more color. It's probably a yellow or
I
something.
guess so. I mean, there was a white one that we didn't kill.
No, you did. You just didn't say any.
Did I?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you killed it.
Chet, did I kill that one?
Pretty sure you did.
Ooh, whoa. This
right.
is fun. I feel like the game should just be more of that.
Yeah.
More of like themed platform challenges rather than going into those bonus stages. Yellow.
Well, that was.
Nice job.
I was gonna. Jeez. I didn't. to kill
It
it.
also kills it. Yellow's number 3, so red,
1,
red, blue,
2,
green.
yellow,
Yeah,
green 4.
yes. Red, blue, yellow, green.
Yeah, red, blue, yellow, green. Red, blue, yellow. Green.
Okay, new sticker. Vector's friend Mighty. Please pause for a moment. Thank you. Vector can go right. I mean, Charm. Mighty can go right over here.
There's so many.
No, yeah, here.
There's so many.
It's a lot. There's kind of a lot of them. What's up with that?
What's up with that?
Chad, do you know? I've just noticed that we have like a lot of vectors on screen.
Did you know?
I was just wondering, like, do you guys know what that's about?
Where'd it come from? What happened?
What happened?
What happened?
What happened? Oh, ghost. Oh, the ghost is scary.
Just fucking suck ass scream.
Yeah, it's
They
good.
use. Oh, what's this door? Break in. Oh.
The music room, how cute. Just like Luigi's Mansion.
What a bonus.
We don't have to do those anymore, just leave.
We have enough gems.
We just have to figure out what to do with them.
Where do we go?
Have you been through that door?
What about this one? I don't think I've been through this one. I haven't.
Don't think so.
Child's bedroom. Hi.
Oh, I'm scared forever.
Oh my god. Oh,
Wait,
it's
it's still your bombs. Fuck it up.
There's also a stock ass live.
Oh,
Oh my god, it's a gun!
I have guns. That is fun. It's like a little boss.
Same laugh sound effect they used for one of the bosses in Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, it's Ripperoo, yeah.
Yeah, Ripperoo, that's it.
The key.
There we go, Mansion Key 2.
Nice, too.
Yeah, we need a 3. We also need 3 keys.
Where are you getting this information from?
Because the door has 3 locks on it.
Where, when?
I'll go there.
Do we already have 2 keys?
Yeah, look, 3 locks.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, there's 3 locks.
Okay.
So it's... Okay, where the fuck?
Jody, what the fuck?
Jody.
This is so petty.
Secrets kept by the dead. Seek the chromatic spirit. Oh, we need
we
that.
got him.
Oh, I see.
Books, there's books over there. Okay.
Okay, so...
Red,
Red.
blue,
Yellow,
green.
Okay, red.
Blue, yellow,
Oh.
green. Oh, a super cool secret. Make sure to run through there real fast because they're all gonna try to take you.
Right, wait, over.
They're gold.
Okay, so that's
Nice.
key number 2. Well,
Okay.
number 1, actually.
Did you already have the second key?
Yeah, we just picked it up from the
Wasn't it
from
the
the
third
boss
one?
fight. No, that was number 2.
Whoa.
So now we need number 3.
Okay.
What the hell is that?
Another colored. Oh wait, this is the same room that I fell down. Remember that?
Does the dimension loop?
I think it loops. That's cool.
Alright, that's fun.
That's fun.
Hey.
Gang, it loops.
It loops. Yeah, it loops. That's fun. Hold on, I'm going back down there. Because maybe the third key is in the basement.
Well, I don't think there was anything else to do there, was there?
Yep, there's the third key.
Oh. Damn, I am blind as fuck.
I also missed the first one.
Damn boy, shit boy, I die. How I'm gonna die to some chicken nuggets.
You twist. The key binds the terrible devil. If awakened, you must fly from it. Oh.
Oh, so if you grab it.
Oh.
Oh, cheese it. Start running, start running.
Oh, it's fast.
Yeah, you just gotta go. You just gotta go. I don't know why you like run in a circle instead of away.
I don't know. I forgot where the exit was.
That's fair enough.
Wait, do we? Wait, no, we do have lives. We're running out. We have 6
Oh
money.
my god. Hey.
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 Hey. Stein.
Die, monster. You don't belong in this world.
Die, monster.
Nice, monster.
Hi, monster. I'm taking a nap.
Oh, you. Oh, you. I'm gonna grab the key.
Here we go. So how long is it gonna follow us for? Ooh.
Uh-oh.
It's a pretty ugly graphic, but it does feel very important.
What? What do you mean?
Oh god. Oh shit.
Oh shit, I died.
Boy, I die. Shit, boy. Boy, oh ass, how I die over some McNuggets. I love that meme so much. I wonder if it's saved.
Taste to meet you.
Okay, at least you can't go the wrong way. Does it feel like it's speeding up?
I don't know. Go, girl, leave.
Here is wisdom. Where to the holy sanctuary. The demon slumbers was going by. Okay, we have
So
the
the
3
foyer
keys.
is safe.
It was not really by my hand that I was once again given flesh. Haha. Sorry.
I didn't read it, so bad.
Eto bleh.
Bleh.
Eto bleh.
Bleh. To go when she came. Bounds in the spring.
Got it.
No, we're gonna die. We're winning or we're dying.
I feel like I could do a better impersonation of Symphony of
Bleh.
Dracula.
It was not by my hand that I was once again given flesh. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, so sorry.
Dial 66 for your heart's desire.
Fun. 666, what is your greatest desire? Yeah, where's my pops? Big fat yellow guy? Wouldn't really say fat, but sure. Well, information like that will cost you. Whatever could you possibly want? The low price of 3 gems. It's me, Rouge from Sonic. Yeah, I got 4 of them. Splendid. I'll buzz you in.
Ha.
Whoa.
Beelzebub, maybe?
Oh, perhaps.
Firefly.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Whoa.
Oh. I was
That's Satan.
This cinematic is really funny.
Yeah.
What a design.
Jesus Christ. If you just sign here. I must insist.
Nah.
Oh my god.
Okay, hold on. I think
This is very funny.
this is so silly.
This comes after you with the contract. In exchange for my soul, I get to turn you into designer scarf. No. The sound she makes when you hit her reminds me of the boss from the final boss from.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh,
Oh
damn.
shit! She's pissed.
This is very fun.
This is so... Oh god. I have to... Okay, yeah, you have to... Ow! It's kinda hard to dodge. Kinda hard to bomb.
I mean, you can just like run. Yeah, do that.
God, I can do that.
But the sound she makes reminds me of the final boss from Zephyr 1 Wicked Cricket makes.
Okay,
She's kind of a bad bitch though. Chad!
I mean, would you...
Jody! Yeah, I know. Whoa! Big hand, kind of a bad bitch though.
Sorry.
Oh my god, she's a Nintendo boss. This is kind of awesome. I do love this.
This is fun. And it's fun that they made it just for the demo disc. That is really a lot of fun.
Well, either they made it just for the demo disc, or it just happens to be in the game anyway, and they just, you know, decided like, oh, they can fit with the demo disc.
Yeah.
Or the entire game is actually Spooky Yuki themed.
Maybe we'll have to check it out.
Like, yeah.
Maybe you should. Maybe we all should, because this is fun. There's a little jank to some of the bonus stage stuff, but the main game stuff is very well worked out.
Yeah, I enjoy it. It does feel like it was made not by professionals, but they can become professionals if you support them.
Hey.
I don't think you can. Oh, no, I can. Nice.
Just stand there and hit it. Did you become a skull?
Did you become a skull?
Whoa! Oh, the eyes came out.
Oh my god!
Oh, they're
that
spinning.
Is very
the pupils
fun.
are spinning. The goat pupils are spinning.
The pupils. And yes, you can go. So yeah, bad bitch. Yeah, I know.
It's terrible.
It's just like Terraria. And also, thank you very much, Jody, for putting a link to the.
I almost got. Ooh, I'm getting juked.
For putting a link for the Steam page.
Instantly get.
I think she still lost her eyes.
Yeah, I think they still got. Oh, it got stood on the face from the bomb explosion at the end.
Now here's an idea. Sign this contract. It says you have to be nice to me. Oh my god. Unless you want more pain. Oh yeah, and bring me to my pops.
Very fun. It's very silly.
I like it. It's cute.
It's good.
That was cute.
I like that.
I enjoyed.
So back to the funky music, everyone.
So goodbye.
So goodbye.
Oh.
So you go pick a game. I guess.
Yeah, next game. That was cool.
Yeah.
I liked it. Again, it was janky, but it was
were very good.
Yeah, it was fun. I liked it.
The bass controls were good. It's just there was some. The car wasn't good.
Oh, the car was really bad. The car was very bad. And some of the graphics were like a little bit like those firewalls that appeared when you were being chased by the big skull. Looked pretty ugly.
Let me look up.
They were just sort of like blocks with moving textures.
Blast Cats on Steam. Oh yeah, thank you, Jody, for posting posting the link. Okay, no, it does seem just part of the game, the demo, because they're using images of it on their as like the teaser images, like the preview image on their Steam game as well.
Mm-hmm. But are there any images of like other levels?
Yeah, the Egyptian stage one, Egyptian themed one.
Okay.
And that's the other one that that's the only other one they're showing here. They're not. Let's get it.
How do we
get more games?
Wait, maybe we have to like.
Oh wait, right. We're in a mall. We might have to find keys and maybe a crowbar. This might be a little bit of a game on its own.
Yeah, I thought it was.
And then there's two you can play without effort, and then the other ones you have to put effort into. Oh wait, no, you
we can play this one.
Future reality.
Future reality racing league. Okay.
Right. That's it.
So this is gonna be like a horror F-Zero.
F-Zero.
I love Dead Rising. Haha, yay. Also, vector mitosis. What's mitosis again?
Mitosis is when the cell splits. So the vector cells are multiply.
I guess. But I'm gonna take it a little bit further.
Vectosis. Oh no.
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh my god.
Wait, hold on, I can do this. Hold on a second. Make it look good.
My god.
There we go.
Oh.
Vector mitosis in the middle of the process. Thank you. Also, we got 1 egg. I might have
me, I can find a computer room for sure.
with 3.5 eyes. I mean 2.
3 eyes.
At least 3 eyes. I think 3.5.
I can't see. One of them's not working.
Fucked up, dude.
Must be how I fucked up, bro.
Oh, this egg is floating. Viridith and Faye and Kai, thank you very much for your eggs. Yay! Yahoo!
Yeah, let's play this one. Let's go racing.
Let's go racing. Mitosis is when your sister steps on your foot.
Ah!
Horrifying and affront to God. Good work. Thank you. Vector clones himself so he can better babysit Charmy. He doesn't babysit Charmy. That's his son. He babysits Cream. Alright? Makes me wonder, what platform would Gauntlet Queen's console game be for? PS1, N64, Sega Saturn, PC? It was gonna be on a PS1 and the N64 and the PC, which Gauntlet Queen's game was one that suffered from scope creep also, and that's why it failed. That's why it got cancelled.
Oof.
Yeah. It is an illusion to me always wanting to do too much with all my projects. I put a lot of myself into the stories for the queens and stuff. A lot of screenshots seem to be taken from the demo, though. I assume because that's what they have most finished right now.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, they probably just like wanted to finish the demo, or like the spooky stuff, so they could put it in.
And then they
demo.
had some stuff finished for the Egyptian themed one, and they put some of that in there too.
Okay, so go. Future Reality Racing League. Race high-speed bio-refuse shells through a dark future ruled by Omnicorps and overrun with fleshy abominations. Fun. Raising horror from Future Reality Softworks. Body horror, blood, gore. I wish they would specify what kind of body horror, because some of it I can handle and some of it I can't. But we'll find out, and if I can't, then we'll stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, Cyberpunk 2077. It's exactly Cyberpunk 2077.
Cyberpunk 27.
Woo! So we got Resident Evil, we got Scrimblow Bimblow Crash the Dragon. So that would make this like Wipeout 2097. You're saying that the previous game was Crash the Dragon, but it was Bomberman.
Well,
it was like Bomberman 64.
Or Bomberman 64, yes.
That did not play anything like
No, not like Crash.
Oh wait, you're saying like Crash the Dragon because it's like it's both
Spyro
and Crash.
I can see that. It's more it's closer to Crash, but not as it's not.
I still just felt like it played like Bomberman 64 more so.
Yeah. Also,
but yeah, the gem collection, I guess. Okay.
I mean, you could say it's like Crash because your platform.
I guess. But again, did you do that in Bomberman?
That's Bomberman 64.
Anyway, let's go!
It opens this new game, remember?
Oh, yes. Oh, but... Oh, God!
This one...
What the hell?
Whoa!
What the fuck?
What? Whoa!
What is happening? Huh? This shit's fucking with my computer, dude.
You should kind of play it like this for a bit. That's kind of cool.
That took up the slot of my VTuber avatar. Fuck?
It's kind of cool, though. It's just kind of weird just doing it like that.
Yeah, but no.
It's for the spooky stream.
Yeah, no, but I don't know, I'm trying to keep like...
Oh no,
I'm trying to keep it watchable.
It's terminal.
It's terminal. What is that?
What is
that a skull?
I said it's terminal, but I don't know what terminal is, I guess.
I think it's a skull.
Or it's a flesh abomination.
Might have a skull. Well, anyway, play demo, I guess. It's transparent because it's spectral? No, it's because I have transparency on, so I think just like pure black just becomes transparent. Anyway, all right, let's play tutorial simulation or whatever.
I think you only have one option
Seems like it.
for the demo.
The Interceptor from a corporation. Ew. Aeonis acquires and mass modifies decommissioned police and military hardware, reliable shells with few surprises. The Aeonis IM-55 offers great handling but middle performance in other areas. A reliable consumer shell for when ease of piloting is the highest priority. So I'm wondering, because obviously it has like body horror stuff, but I wonder how much of a horror game it'll be, or if it'll just have like stuff to look at sometimes as you're racing.
I mean, if it could be it could be horror themed instead of actually horror.
True. I am the haunted demo. Ah! Whoa, whoa. Oh, it's flying.
Oh, that's different.
Okay.
So it's not F-Zero.
It can still be like F-Zero, I suppose, but yeah.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh.
Oh god, yeah, alright.
If you get motion sick easily, careful. When you fly off.
Yeah, definitely. You can talk
I guess this is more Diddy Kong Racing.
It's more Diddy Kong Racing, yes.
Oh.
And also the
With a bit of Mario Kart 8 because of the fucking track change, like
air brakes.
this.
I was thinking, Team Sonic and Sega Racing transformed because of the fight sections.
I guess, but well,
Which also, Mario Kart totally just fucking stole that from them and didn't do it as good.
alright.
It's gonna like rear brakes to sort of drift or something.
So this is the tutorial.
I gotta say, the speed right now isn't too...
I mean, it did say it was handling was the most important, even though that seems kind of jank.
Yeah. I mean, I probably just have to get used to it. Fuck.
I have no ship left at this.
Knuckles back. I mean Knuckles. In a moment. I'll do it so soon.
Knock, open up the door, it's back, I mean Knuckles.
Open the door, get on the floor. Everybody do the Knuckles. Are those good?
You gotta accumulate.
So, oh god, I'm putting like gore on me.
That's great.
This is kind of hard to hit. The fuck, dude.
They spawn. They become visible way too late.
Yeah, what the fuck? Oh my god. What the hell? This is so hard to hit.
Simulating damage for training purposes.
So I'm using...
The stuff you pick up and you gotta burn it. And then you can also use it to boost.
Okay, but the more I have also, the slower I go, I think.
I'd say storing up a lot actually is also a danger because it consumes the ship as well. And so you have to burn it and use it before.
Interesting.
Alright. A risk reward of gathering too much.
Yeah.
Can I get 6 refuse?
Oh my god.
So this is the good handling.
Yeah.
What's the bad handling?
Did I do it yet? Or overflow. Repair or boost. Yeah, so you can't have too much. Stop able to exit. Stop.
Interesting.
And like when the stuff is on you, it starts to like clump together and like get... Wait, was that it? Hold on. Were there other tracks? Oh, there's other tracks. Jesus Christ. Okay, so you have to do the tutorial first.
Alright.
The Ex Vivo Corporation prides itself on... What?
The game might be a little loud, hard to hear you over the engines.
Ah, fuck. Thank you for letting us know. What?
Oh.
That's stupid. I just press A to go forward.
That's not.
Why?
I mean, it's to mimic some of the old. You don't mimic the
Yeah, you don't mimic the stupid shit.
You don't mimic the stupid shit that they didn't have to do back then either. Mm-hmm. That they also could do correctly and did do correctly in other games.
That makes no sense.
That's not good.
Anyway, the XVivo Corporation prides itself on responsible refuse management. Why is there refuge? Why is there
I mean, it's just the
gore
flesh
everywhere?
abominations, I guess.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know.
Okay.
You have to maybe unlock the lore by playing the
I
game.
guess. Which is probably like entirely contained within like these descriptions and stuff. Utilizing our first-in-class disposal techniques, the X-Viscera system results in up to a 0.5% reduction in unreclaimable bio-refuse over competing biotechnology corporations. That's not a lot, bud.
If that, so you're the best by 0.5%. That means you're still terrible.
I'm not entirely sold on this one so far. Yeah. Oh,
Heavy. Lead core.
The Barracuda is Leadcore's premier racing line. Its twin engines provide enough power to make it one of the fastest stock shells on the market. However, the structural support required to keep it from tearing itself apart greatly hinders the Barracuda's drive and agility.
So high speed, high max speed, high.
Oh, we have another one.
Okay, so this one probably has quick acceleration and better handling.
It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, exceptional handling. So this might be this one starts up fast, but does a very low max speed, which is not good for racing.
Probably not.
I'm gonna try the highest speed possible.
Sure.
Let's
go.
Oh,
yeah, alright.
So it's the setting is horror. Okay. Yeah, the setting is horror, but it's not really a horror game.
Probably not. What a fucking wild concept, though.
Cool idea.
Certainly.
Oh yeah, this is way faster than the other.
Oh, yeah.
This is kind of ridiculously faster.
It's just...
Oh, you hit it in the flash abomination on the road.
I wanted to. Ow.
Why did the flash abomination cost her?
Oh god. No. That's F-Zero.
F-Zero.
Daytona. Oh fuck. Oh god, oh god. So yeah, cool concepts.
No, I don't.
Absolutely impossible to play. Like it is so hard for me to see what the fuck I'm doing.
Can I try one round?
Yeah, sure, dude.
Just give it to me.
Check yourself out.
Oh my! I need to. How do you play?
You figure it out. Jose.
I'm pressing it.
Okay, that's how you go. This one's boost. This one's repair. Oh yeah, you can repair.
Ow!
You should probably repair.
Shit.
This is move. This is rotate. These are brakes.
Okay.
Or no, these are brakes. I gotta try this game. This is tough as fuck. Yeah,
How do you move?
This one.
It's not. Oh, it wasn't doing it.
You need to have enough.
Oh, you need to. Alright.
I feel
my god!
like
It steers like shit.
yes, it does not steer well. I mean, I feel like it could be a thing of like you just need to get it, you know? You need to get a feel for it. But as it is, fuck.
No.
You know?
No. Sorry.
Don't love it.
No, this is my least favorite one by quite a bit, I think. And
Why are none of these scary?
I mean, yeah.
Maybe they're just like the further you get in the demo or the disc, the scarier they become or something.
Maybe surface ones are like the less scary ones. Let's try another.
Wait, hold on. Look at me. I'm not bumping stuff for a moment. It's because I'm not holding A the whole time. I've got.
And then you boost it.
And then it boosts and it's all fucked.
And then it's uncontrollable instantly. Okay, so that's interesting though. The shortcuts you take damage in because of the radiation bleed.
Interesting.
That's also interesting. Another risk is rewarded. If you didn't keep checking off, checking your health, you died in the shortcuts.
Yes.
That's interesting. I do like there's a lot of things I like here. That's fun. This is a very risk-reward game. That's very fun.
I'm gonna be honest. I really think. Oh, I lost.
Yeah.
I really feel like you just need to get it.
I guess.
Because I'm starting to get it. Just like don't go full speed all the time.
I guess this is a game that it's a bit more. It's more skill than numbers. Very I mean that's what a racing game is supposed to be.
Yeah.
At the end of but sure you have the highest max speed, but keeping at the highest max speed.
That's just gonna get you killed.
Yeah.
Are there any other tracks? No.
No, it's just those two.
I want to try one more. Because I feel like I'm getting it.
All right. Or
Let's try this one.
Knuckles reminder.
Oh,
Squib.
right. Knocks.
Squimb.
Squimp. Oh, I'm scared. Also, why are none of these scary? You're literally flying in a mystery flesh pit in Dallas, Texas. That doesn't mean it's scary, though. I know you said jokey, but still.
It's
Just because it has spooky themes doesn't mean it's effective. Because fucking the mitosis fucking vector. I'm very proud.
it's very good.
You can get Knuckles on top of your head.
Yay! I like Knuckles.
Yeah, don't we all? None of these are scary because it's the disc that's haunted, not the games. Oh, I see.
It is a haunted demo disc, not haunted demos disc.
I mean, to be fair, so far the mall is the scariest thing.
Yeah. Deadhead was the initial appearance of Deadhead was scary. And it was like, oh,
Yeah.
I just shoot you a couple points.
Still, like that game has very real potential to be spooky.
Yeah.
But this thing is like no how.
What I would want in like a haunted like collection of games is like games that initially could have even spooky or scary themes, but then it's clear that something has invaded the game or something.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it is indeed haunted, so it's this similar invasion in each game that corrupts differently every time. If someone bumped you and you lost a lot of health.
I think I did.
This health is nothing.
This is no help at all.
Back music though. Very
And I mean, the graphics are very good.
These are very fun.
I think it was also just like the previous level was even harder because we were a red thing in a red place.
Yeah.
That doesn't help. Which is not good, by the way, that can even happen. But, you know.
Yeah, Muzzle Fighter, right. This does encapsulate the overstimulation. These are those high-speed late 90s racing games had.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I'd probably be just as bad at F-Zero. And
I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna die.
ooh.
Yeah. I still think that hitting the refuse is too hard.
There should be slightly more lenient hitboxes.
Yes, absolutely. I also, like, can you, I don't know. I'm certainly getting the controls more, but I feel like I'm having a hard time actually competing.
Yeah, you're not last. You're not last, but
Oh, that's cool. But I was 10th last time.
yeah, you are doing worse. Oh, that's the trick. This thing has lower max speed, but it can stack up way more boosts.
Oh.
It can gather way more refuse cells.
And it's just a very wild, weird setting
Yeah.
that I do enjoy. That they get so creative with it.
Okay, you're 10.
Cool.
Oh, no.
No, fuck you.
Well,
Finish.
finish.
Well, that was neat.
Try again. Or don't.
Or don't. I'm not gonna try again. It's neat. I guess you just have to get better at collecting viscera.
The goop.
Get the goop. Yeah. Okay.
That was weird.
That was weird.
Next one.
Yep, next one. Flying Hornet jets into corpse of King Minos.
Yeah, kinda.
What is terminal? What does that mean?
What? Fuck. Oh, is this
Cheat
the
codes and shit.
Oh, no, it might cheat codes, but maybe this is how you can find out more lore as well.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Like, turning. Wait.
Because,
Help from info. Okay, hold on.
what if you?
I'm gonna do help. Wait, fuck.
I wonder if it's like iron lung system where if you. No, you forgot to delete the first. No, it's her.
I didn't know that was still there.
It's like Iron Lungs lore update where you have to actually type in words and then it will get you files related to the words.
Uh-huh.
But by finding
No, I don't like
and
that
it-
update.
they had a update for that. They added the computer into your little submarine. But by finding more files, you could find specific names of things that were universe exclusive, like names of like organizations or planets that we haven't named in the real world. And that's really cool.
That is cool. I never thought that Iron Lung needed more lore.
They did, and they did add a lot. Because there's some real
Alright.
cool lore in it.
Okay. Just follow known OS commands. Okay, clear
Arguments to
something.
stand out. What is the?
Echo, write arguments to std out.
What?
Present working directories. List all files and folders. Change directory to path.
I think.
Run exe from ARG. To run exe.
What? This is not an actual help system. This is the lore. This is the lore. There's lore here. This is like a whole thing you can figure out. I think that is cool.
Maybe.
Print the cool S. No, Zoe, typing cool S. You have to type cool S. Print the cool S.
Oh my god,
Type
I
cool.
gotta do the cool S. Where did the sea go?
I don't know what happened.
Someone's literally selling it as someone who studies game design. The few holes I'm spelling up probably should have been filled up. As someone who has also studied game design, art and design.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it's a demo.
it is a demo.
But it could.
It has a lot of potential, but damn, is it fucking rough.
I think it's in one word. You can keep it one word. I think
Oh yeah, you're right.
that's how those commands usually work. One more delete. Just the S. There we go.
Fuck yeah! Is the music different?
Yeah, it changed because
That's
of that.
fun.
That's funny.
Sorry, I dropped something.
So there's absolutely a lot of lore hidden in that.
Yeah, don't think I'm gonna keep up with this game.
No, but it's
It's neat.
this has a lot of potential, but it's right now in like.
Yeah, it's got potential. Bye.
Bye. See ya.
See ya. So
Speak from the abyss. Is that maybe it's one opened now? Speak from the abyss. No, it isn't.
no,
Goddamn.
it feels like we might just have to explore more. Be knighted.
Be united. Be.
Okay, this is also
Maybe.
locked.
Can we go like?
There was one door that led to the exterior, so
Yeah.
let's check that out.
Real reflection. Not PS1 possible.
Wait, where?
You can see the fountain reflected in the floor. Like if you back up.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Sorry, guys.
I mean, okay, but you can fake it by just having
I
a
know,
copy of the world.
You're
under.
right, but I don't. Maybe they did that. Who knows? It's
They
kind of.
probably didn't do that, but you never know.
You never know.
Okay, I think it was this way. Listen across his
Last cats.
last cats.
Last cats. Last. Get.
Catch blasting. We have also already been going for 3.5 hours.
True. It is. That is.
And you gotta go home.
Well, you know what? Let's see if we can find one more to just check
Okay,
out. I want to check out
alright.
one more because it is fun to checking these out. What the fuck? Oh, maybe you can find a tool here.
Yeah, or, you know, anything. Damn, shit's fucked.
Everybody knows.
Bolt cutters! Yay!
Go with those.
Yay!
Everybody knows shit. Fuck. I don't give a good goddamn.
Uncle
I'm
Sam.
the motherfucker. I don't want to see him again.
Oh, stairs.
Have to
Watch from this side. So that means if we get a key, we can open it.
Yeah. Now, hey, now we know at least one more we can do thanks to the bolt cutters.
Wait.
Getting flashbacks to the baby.
Yeah, the baby in Layers of Fear.
So fucking funny.
Sorry.
Wow, that was like considering keeping quiet to see how long you would keep going. I was like, I shouldn't risk that.
No, I probably would have just gone into a trance.
You know,
Trance.
yeah, I've done that too. Where I'm just like, yeah, I'm doing this now. Okay, so what? Go to hallways.
Go to hallways.
Oh,
Oh.
scary.
That's very different suddenly.
I heard some. Those aren't openable.
Why is like the hub world the scariest thing about this game?
Yeah, no, it's way spookier because. Fuck.
This sucks. I don't want to do this.
Do I need to take over?
No, I know, it's fine. Maybe. Fuck. I just wanted to play this sucks so much more than the demos.
Yeah.
Like
It's a little funny. It's like, oh, it's scary now. This sucks.
I don't want. Hey, what? This is different, isn't it?
No, it just loops like that.
Oh,
Just,
did it?
They just have some weird layouts.
Was this already here?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Go here, I guess. The layout is. What the fucking guys? You just mean.
Whatever. It's fine. Didn't get me anyway. It's okay.
Got me a bit.
Oh,
like,
sorry. Local scared girl doing scary things.
I don't like
I'm
this
just scared.
deteriorating hallway here.
Oh no.
Why is this so
What the heck?
scary?
Oh god.
Fucking,
Fuck.
that got.
This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't work.
Why is the layout this?
Where's the lamp so low?
Oh, hey,
Oh, thank God.
Go to pay. No.
Oh.
No.
Why? Oh.
You didn't get me.
No, we're already making noises. Why is this? Okay. I've played 2 other demo discs, and they're just like menus.
Yeah.
You just go through a menu, and it's like whatever, and it's the demos get the shine, and here it's just. The demos so far have been like whatever, and then the demo, and then the hub world is.
It's kind of. This is reminding me a bit more of Dread X Collection 1, I think, or 2. Either one, where you have like a. Where you have to find the tapes by solving puzzles in like a Resident Evil style house, but from a first-person perspective.
Huh?
And that's fun, and I'm like, this is way scarier than that because that one is like
It's like a little bit goofy.
it's a little. It's not this pixelated style. It's this style that's freaky. Your brain's filling in stuff.
It's cool. I hate it.
When me.
I have to do it. I have to overcome
Yeah,
this.
the Dread X collections try to have this for almost every collection, like a different hub world, if I remember right.
Interesting.
Oh my god. Why is this so much bigger than I thought it was?
Yeah, like this is fucked up.
The boiler room!
Why?
Why are we going there?
We have to turn off the gas. Oh my god, Freddy.
What's there in the ground?
It's a valve, you know? From Valve.
Like Steam.
Yep. Can twist this back on without a tool.
Oh.
You're fucking kidding me.
Okay, so we have to find more tools.
Later if you have time, I have a game for you. Well, not this stream then,
That
but
pipe blew.
you can talk me about it. Tell me about it.
God damn it.
Fuck. Okay, you know what? I actually have a bit of a gripe,
Yeah?
which is that I...
Oh. Take a quarter.
Okay,
What's that door?
we're getting a catch up on later. Ugh.
Fucking Vector!
Oh my god.
Vector jump scare. How many vectors?
Ooh, scary Vector. Ooh.
You should make it really big and then just barely on screen.
I should make him real small.
No,
wait,
I was thinking really big, but then the snout barely comes in on screen. Oh, are you gonna?
This one. There we go.
Oh my god, you can make out what it is.
You can put him in the middle of the screen.
In the middle. The Spectre of Vector. Woo!
Yay!
16 Vector. Hey,
He loves Halloween.
so have we reached a record of stickers?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know
one
off
of
the
the
top of my
records.
head.
It is a record, but not maybe two.
I'm so sorry, Jody.
I'm having a great time.
It's funny. He loves Halloween.
Yeah, you would.
No, he does. There's we recently got a Halloween comic, and he's like,
didn't
"Oh man,
get
I fucking
that.
love Halloween."
I haven't been keeping up with
You
like
gotta
reading the comic.
You gotta.
I got
It's
it.
not. It's like not tied into the canon at all. So you can just watch it read it separately.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, nice.
I'm gonna do it. Hey,
But the thing that I think is a bit of a shame here
Yeah?
is that I was excited to just check out a bunch of demos.
Yeah.
But then they're making me like work for it,
yeah.
and I just wanted to play the demos,
Should
like to
give you
see
an
what
option to just
to just play the demo. I just think you can actually. There's like a browse option on the main menu.
maybe, but
Ow.
let's see what's behind the door.
More Vector.
God damn it, y'all.
There's one on me. Here comes getting scared. Are you ready? It's coming soon. You're gonna get so scared.
But y'all, this is stupid.
I'll put this on
Elbow.
my elbow.
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 The vector of the elbow.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You cannot see the Vector that I put on. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Ooh,
Tell me on the
scary.
dark.
Oh, I'm gonna get so scared.
Oh, what is this?
What is anything in this game? Things out of gas. I have
That's
coin.
corner. That's not it. That it.
I have an inventory.
Not much, but some.
Wait, where did my other thing go?
Oh, can you only carry one?
Can you only get one thing at a time?
It's getting
This
annoying.
sucks.
That's annoying. You should be able to carry everything with you.
I don't have the thing anymore. Maybe I just don't need it anymore.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, I'll pass through. Just crawl.
Is there anything here?
We went there, I think.
Did we?
Yeah, it was boarded up.
Right, boarded up.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't know. It's the idea is neat, but
I keep looking over at Vector.
pressing I to see a cool quarter. New quarter button. Yay! Also, Vector.
Vector!
Vector is on the quarter.
Wow!
They too hot to pass through me when a pretty lady is in my way. Me when me.
I keep thinking footsteps aren't ours.
They are. I hope. So this is back where he came from.
Oh my god, this layout is terrible. It's actually terrible because it's
Yeah.
so fucking confusing.
Again, I don't mind having a little,
Change shot from the outside. What do you mean?
but I don't mind having like a hub world and some puzzles and stuff. But this really overstays his welcome.
It's way too big.
Yeah. Do you just want to like go to the main menu and look at the games from there?
Let's see. Yeah,
'Cause I
let's
think
pick
you
out a
can.
game. Let's pick out a game from there. Like this is fun, but come on. I want to check out one more.
Yeah.
Main menu. Oh, hello.
I fucking love that when I move my head a certain way or go up or get up while staring at the screen, I can see him. So browse should just be looking at the games.
Yeah.
Yes, here we go.
They speak from the. Oh, I know. Okay. I know off they
Then
speak from the
dead.
abyss.
Doves?
No.
Nowhere.
Me?
Me?
It's like do re mi nowhere me.
Maybe? I don't know. It's a gun with a face. It's like Gunman from Gregory Horror Show.
North Star Courier. So
Courier.
fast.
Played this one. And Chain is really good. I've played Chain demo and it's awesome. Or I didn't play it. Did I play it? I might have. I don't know. My brain dumb. exploring the hub is probably less of an issue when you have more time available.
Yeah, no,
I suppose, but
like it basically they added a game to play the games, which is fun. But right now we just kind of want to play it.
yeah, I just want to like.
But that's why they added the browse option.
Yes.
Like if the browse option wasn't here, then we have way bigger criticism.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind playing a little game to unlock the other games. You know, that's the thing. But I just feel like it's too much.
And that section with the extra hallways is like, why is the whole
why is
layout
this stupid fucking maze? You
it's
know?
purposely confusing, and it feels like there's no purpose. Because
that's
if there was, like, it feels like there's supposed to be an enemy already chasing us.
Yeah,
That
right.
layout,
Yeah.
where you can like lose it.
Mothered
Mortal
meal. B-night.
You're a bee.
You're a bee who's a knight.
How do you?
Sure.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
Looks neat though. You get to be a wizard or some shit.
Yes.
This one, futurality.
Sorry,
We're open.
no returns.
I think I've seen this one. Let's
Keep
go.
dropping that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hurling Festival.
Alright.
This looks like it'll fuck you up. Miracle Bug. Oh, I've seen some gameplay of that.
Electric Limbo.
Gob.
Get gob.
This looks like it can be very uncomfortable.
Yeah, there might be some. If they have body horror with the clay, that might really creepy.
Yeah. Let's go back to the wizard one. Illegal entertainment.
Devolved
by someone. Illegal entertainment, that's rules.
That's really good.
But isn't that the horror? You feel like there should be something threatening you, but there isn't?
Well, yes, but
Wait.
you know when you're playing a game and you're like, great, this is designed to have a monster, but you didn't put a monster there, so now I'm just annoyed.
Fear the spotlight. The art style for this looks interesting.
Like, it's... With that layout, I'm just like, either you give... Oh, random demo.
No, I
it's
guess
not
you have to unlock that
that's
one.
when you have to actually unlock through the game. We might actually have to unlock some. The department. Like, I know what you mean. Like, there should be something that, like, it should be like there's a feeling of dread, but the feeling of dread was becoming feeling of annoyance.
Yeah.
It had a layout of where a monster would be nice, would make sense, but instead you just get a confusing maze where you could lose a monster, but there isn't one.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
What's the point?
And when there's no point,
it doesn't build up tension either.
Like,
you know,
the way I've seen it done was there was a horror game I checked out a while ago. It was really short. I forgot the name, but it had closets you can hide in. But there was no monster to hide from in areas where the closets even were.
Right.
The closets were just there to trick you into thinking you had to hide at some point. So there would be a noise and you're like, but it might be the monster, I gotta hide.
That's pretty good.
Like, that's not annoying. And there's a point to them being there, and they're not elongating the game if the noises don't get to you. They're specifically there to trick you into thinking there's a monster. Meanwhile, that layout is like, there could be a monster, there isn't. Why am I lost?
Why am I lost? Why did you put this section here? And it's more so, again, because it's just like you're supposed to be an intermediary. You're supposed to just be a thing to get us from one demo to the other, and you can be fun. You can have fun with that, but it just feels like you want to be more than you are, and you don't know how to do that.
Like, maybe there's more to it. Maybe we missed some stuff real early.
Who knows?
But I like the effort. If we had more time, we might not be as annoyed with it.
Yeah, well, I think I would still be annoyed with it, but I would just keep going.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, so...
Nowhere was made by the guy who did Orbo's Odyssey. Oh. Orbo's Odyssey is a very silly little game.
Okay. Nowhere me.
Fear the Spotlight is apparently good, says Banshee Strikes. I've seen people talk about Fear the Spotlight. It seems like it's escaped this disc.
Well, it might be one of the question marks.
No, it was here.
Really?
Yeah, I said the art style looked cool.
Oh, it escaped the disc and it stopped being a demo, maybe.
Yes.
Oh,
this one.
Okay.
I'm curious to see this one.
Look at, yeah.
Fear the Spotlight. Your friend Amy has mysteriously vanished at Sunnyside High. Search for her in an abandoned area, but beware, something seems to be lurking there with you.
Okay, so yeah. Okay.
Implied obsessive relationship.
Is that the only horror?
I guess so.
And then we played. I'm like, wow. I guess that was horrifying.
Damn, that was so implied. Ow.
Wow, that was so horrifying. Fucked up relationships are fucked up.
I mean,
yeah. not to joke too much about it, but yeah. bad relationships can be horrifying.
Amy's missing. Yeah, they fucking can be. I know. I've experienced some shit.
I've seen people experience some shit.
Ooh, this is weird.
Feels like there's a
weird little frame rate.
Yeah, it feels like there's. Is there a lag on it? It looks like it almost.
No, just a weird frame rate, I think.
Alright, start demo.
Let's start the demo.
The bees have made their way into my room. Go, Gadget. The bees in your room.
Go get your bees in your room. My friend Amy was supposed to meet me in the library after school, but she never showed up. Waiting to see if it progresses manually or automatically. I don't think it does. I searched and found her wandering into a section of the school that was burned down years ago. I know I'm not supposed to go in there, but something is up with Amy and I have to find her.
Wait.
This really is an old demo, alright. Well, makes sense, it's a year old. Woo!
So you was the wall.
I guess I'd better do so.
Oh, you're doing it. I'm proud of you.
Amy's right here. Alright, you're right.
Amy's here.
There she is. Amy's here. There she is.
Amy.
She's right here, chat. Scoot over, Vector. Not your time. Amy's time.
In the middle of the fucking screen.
Crouch.
You know, it's probably a lot less scary for the viewers without this stuff.
Oh, fuck. Damn, that's quick. Hello.
Hi.
I know you're here somewhere. Where are you? I'm going to find you, my little starlet. Oh, wait, newborn! My nipples. Thank you very much for following. Alright, I gotta say...
Unfortunate to hear about.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I hope you get better soon.
The scale of 1 to 100, how much would you say your nipple hurts?
36, I guess.
36, I guess.
Could be worse. Ooh, it's Spotlight. We fear it.
Even.
Alright, I gotta say, they immediately show you the monster. The first thing that happens is you see the monster. And that's not necessarily bad, but that isn't normally how you create fear.
True.
By making sure that the player knows what they're supposed to be scared of.
I did not have a hit.
Ooh, it's an early demo. Early demo, it's okay.
Old early demo.
Mrs. Bowers.
Mrs. Bowser's journalism.
Mrs. Bowser's.
Mrs. Bowser.
Brr. It's an old projector.
Alright.
Pretty sure that monster is in Bendy and the Ink Machine. Ugh, I hope not. The newer demo is considerably more refined, let's say. So maybe we're not playing the game as it should be.
Where's the level? The inside isn't turning on. Alright.
Okay, we could fix this projector with the right materials.
Oh, lungs.
It's a letter I was going to give to Amy, but she never showed up at the library. You're going to give her a letter? Like you're going to give it to her in person? Why would you give her a letter in person unless you were gay for her? Wow, Yuri! Yay!
Wow.
Yay!
Can I? Lungs, I'm worried about those.
The lungs are going crazy, dude.
No, that seems about right.
Okay, the lungs are going normal, dude. Oh, shit. I did have fun with this one, though. I'm sure it can still be fun. I'm not saying that, like, I'm immediately like, they showed a monster right away, bad. I'm just saying, like, that's unusual, and when it does, you know, like, it tends to be more effective to when you, for a horror game, to leave the monster in the shadows for a while.
With this type of monster, the way it works, it's probably going to be hunting you.
Yeah, no, but imagine, like, it's specifically, here's my imagination, right?
Yeah.
It is specifically a spotlight that is shining at you.
Yeah.
Meaning that if you never show, that, like, if you didn't, like, zoom in on it and show us the body and stuff, you instead would just have a ball of light.
Yeah.
Because that's how it works. Like, it's if you're in the dark and a light source shines at you, that's all you see.
Yeah.
You don't see anything around
That's
the light
true.
source, you know? So then you could really, like, leave us in suspense about what the thing actually looks like. You know?
With such a bright light, it would reflect around the room, even with...
Yeah, but it's like it's a video game.
Yeah,
you could make it look however you want.
That's true. You can make
You
it
know?
however you want.
My idea for a horror game is a second-person perspective where at one point you realize the camera is actually the monster watching you. I've seen that a couple times.
It sounds
and it is effective.
nice and shiny.
Well, can I use it? This doesn't help me here. Need to figure out how to fix this thing if I want to use it. Okay. Is anyone or not? It reads, did you hear? Amber got sick, so now Chrissy is getting the lead in the play. Of course, we get skipped over for the part, though. Ugh. I'm convinced Bobby to steal the drama room key so we can ruin her costume. He's such a sucker for me. Mel. I guess bullies exist in every generation.
Yeah.
That is... So we're just gonna, like, discover a story of, like, the people that lived here.
Well,
Or went to school here.
I guess, yeah.
That's interesting. It's a school newspaper. It reads... This place burned down. How did so much of this survive?
Yeah. Also,
Maybe that's part of the story, though. Ooh.
I mean, like, if half of your school burned down, wouldn't you try to fix some of it, more of it?
Yeah, why is it they just leave it?
Like-
Apparently it's been a whole generation.
But like, and
Because it's haunted.
I guess, but then why are you using the other half of the school then?
Yeah,
Like
so
what-
it's probably not because it's haunted.
No, I mean, I just feels a little silly.
Sunnyside News, the premiere of The Phantom of the Opera will be coming this fall. We interviewed the teacher in charge of production, Mr. Crane, about the show. I can't believe this school had a newspaper and drama club. They didn't bring these back after the fire. Why didn't they?
Maybe because it's related to the fire.
This locker is locked. Good. I sure hope it is. That's what it's for. You know?
It better be.
Yeah. Looks like I can open it with the right combination.
Yeah, at least demolish the part that's burned down. Why leave it up? You're just gonna invite people while teaching the kids in the other half for people to come into the other half.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ding.
Crocodiles are natural gamers.
God damn it, y'all.
Vector can help us. I'll put him here.
My God.
This is good.
Oh my God. 18th Vector, I think, yeah.
It's an inhaler. This will be helpful if my health is ever low and my lungs need some relief. Press escape to open
So that's your
inventory.
healing item.
I want to make a horror game where it like the opening the menu, opening your inventory are different buttons. They're not escape, and if you do press escape, it just says there is no escape. I think that'd be neat. Or maybe the opening the menu is escape, but then there's a section at one point where
You just can't do it.
you can't do it. If you press escape, it says there is no escape.
If it helps out any of another voice. God damn it.
The vectors give us courage. Yeah, that must look much less scary for you guys.
You know, it's getting a little hard to see the game.
It's easy to see Vector though.
Yeah, in this game, absolutely. Damn, this girl's great at vocalizing this. That's impressive.
Look at her hand go. Woo, yeah, wee, yeah.
And then the monster pops in while we're
And I'm like, ah! This new Sonic game looks great.
Oh wait, we need the drama room key. Ow, I dropped my phone on my foot.
Oh, careful.
The door's locked. Yeah.
For some reason, I was reminded of the nightmare I told you about the small pair of legs that kept kicking me.
It's such a funny. I think this new Sonic game looks great.
Yeah, dude. I love that Vector finally gets his own game.
But it's so funny to describe it. Yeah, I just sat on my desk and I dreamt about these little legs kept running over to me and kicking me.
Yeah, I had a nightmare that like a small pair of legs was hiding in my apartment and it kept running over to me at my desk and kicking me. They were moving so sporadically. They looked like they were made of plastic and had little boots. It was very scary. Do you know? Have you played Inside?
Yeah.
They looked like that.
Yeah. Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
It was at least a little bit freaky and unnerving.
Yeah.
You know?
That's fair.
But in the dream, I was fucking terrified. Especially after they came back to life after I flattened them like a pancake, like a cartoon.
But you also were just not leaving your.
Yeah, no. I was on a voice call with someone. I didn't want to do that.
I love dream logic like that. It's like, no, I'm on a voice call. I can't leave.
I haven't played it.
No,
But
after an earlier message, I think.
Faith the Unholy Trinity does this, I think. I haven't played it, but I think there are jump scares when you pause while being chased. Ah,
That's kind of funny.
that's fun. Leggy's Queen, the model her universe's deaths forgot to complete and put in the game as a little gag. But then it becomes a horror monster. Whoops!
Whoops.
I do not have the key.
Let's find the key. Sunnyside Theater.
Wow, fancy. Can we go in?
Wait, what? There's another heating item?
We can go in.
Alright.
This is nicely lit. There's a handwritten note. Hey Melissa, I stole the drama room key like you asked. Oh, like vector reaction. Sorry, no, they don't work. Sorry. They don't work when zoomed in. I should fix that if I can, but I don't know how.
Might be hard.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean, I know how one thing I could do, but it'd make it way harder to put PNGs on stream. So I'm not gonna do that. I have it stashed in my locker in the journalism class. The combo is your birthday. Okay, who is this?
This is the guy.
Will you go with me to the movies now, like you promised? This kid really like Melissa. Okay, Melissa.
It's Bobby and Melissa tricked into stealing the drama key.
Legendary reaction. Like me reaction. That's a charming painting. Yeah, the poster is for a school play. It has a picture of a hanged man on it. I took it.
Maybe might have to hang it in the right spot.
Looks like a poster used to be up here. There's a placard underneath that reads, "A fate split between death and love."
Oh, it's not there.
Doesn't sound like it. Poster. Spider love. No. Dazzling performance.
Maybe.
I mean, the last one's the only one that mentions death.
Yeah. Tragic.
Could be. Okay, just gonna wait for now. A poster. There's a picture of a hanged man on it, and I took it, and I stealed it. How we doing? Oh, we spooking.
Spooky.
You know we spooking. One but strange. Wow, it's almost like we have to solve the puzzle first.
Wow. Stop doing that. Kicks in the door and kills you.
Stares at you. Uh-oh.
It's here.
Oh, new follower.
I don't think it'll work.
Maybe. Good thing this bitch can't fucking hear. Because we were breathing so goddamn loud. But Nightwell, thank you very much for following. We're getting spooky in the vector zone. We're vectorific. Yeah. Can you leave?
No, he's just gonna patrol. I think.
What a bitch. Wonder what happens if you look at him. Like if you get close to him.
I mean, I think he chases you.
What happens when he catches you? Then.
I imagine he kills you.
Yeah, probably.
I think you have to go.
What's our hell?
Where do you want to go?
I don't know. Because we don't know that girl's birthday, do we?
I guess not.
Cool audio. Inhaler.
Alright, you done describe that every time we find one.
I'm just gonna go a little bit faster. Is this back where I came from?
I think it is. Yeah.
This is the start. What is that noise? That must be the wind. Look at her legs.
The music is kind of too.
It's a little much, yeah. I want to know what happens when I go up to him. Hey, bud.
Oh.
Oh man, I'm hurting. Okay.
Oh. Alright.
He's just standing there. He doesn't even seem excited about it.
Not even that menacing, honestly. Wow, that took way more hits than I thought it would.
Yeah.
So we restarted. Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so. Oh no, we've got it.
No.
Wait, so Okay, you keep your stuff. That's
Then
interesting.
what's the punishment? I guess restarting.
He doesn't show up this time.
Well. Huh.
Chat girl. I'm just taking it, dude. You don't scare me.
Well,
Standing here, I realize that you are just like me, trying to make history. But who's to judge the right from wrong when our God is down? I think we'll both agree. Violence breeds violence, but in the end it has to be this way.
okay, so how are we supposed to find out the fucking girl's birthday for the locker?
Which I knew. Oh, maybe in here.
Put the inhaler in the projector, that'll fix.
Oh wait, am I just in the same room again?
Just,
Doctor, turn off my vector inhibitors.
God damn it!
Let's see, what do I do with this one? I'll make him real small.
God damn it. This now it looks like there's a dead pixel. Now people will think they have a dead pixel. Like, if I'm watching this on my phone, I think I'd have a dead pixel suddenly. If I just wasn't paying attention and then came back to the stream.
Yeah.
This is really fucking.
I can press E2. Wow. Oh. Look who's out here now.
It's kind of weird that the music stops if you're not moving.
Does it?
Well, if you were crouching, then it stopped.
Because I'm being sneaky.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm being so sneaky. The way that they like simulate lower resolution is weird. Like someone mentioned that, like like everything gets like a mosaic filter. It's
a bit
weird. Nanomachines, scary monster. They harden in response to spotlights, which I thought said spaghetti at first.
Turning responses.
This demo kind of goofy, to be honest. I can see what I made the supposedly better one. Yeah, I think maybe we should check out the next one sometime, because this is...
No.
It's not that... it's not terrible.
But, no, yeah.
Ooh, I'm going... Well, she's not sure where to go.
Yeah, you need to somehow find something that tells you the birthday of Melissa.
Have we been in here yet?
That's the drama room where you need the key for.
Yeah, so it is. Oh.
Inhaler, shove it in there.
Oh man, he's coming.
Inhale the key.
Oh, he's coming.
Inhale the key like Kirby.
Oh, hey, look at this. No, never mind. Will you see me if I sit here? Will I stand here? Nope, we're good. Also, yes, we've watched the Digital Circus twice so far.
Yeah.
The Amazing Digital Circus is so fucking good.
Why did the review spam crouch while behind something that puts you out of view?
Oh, like, see if he still
The
sees
music
it.
only seems to stop when you're crouching and 100% high behind something where he won't see you. I think this has no hitbox, so it doesn't work.
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Does he
Okay,
just
it's
give
also
up?
not a very scary monster if he just only...
Does he come after us?
I don't think he starts spam crouching. Ah shit, the light, guys. It's got in my lungs.
God. Do you know that Kane's voice actor is the guy who did a very well-known Spamton fan-up, and his Kane voice is literally the same as his Spamton voice?
That
explains it! That explains why he feels so spam to me.
Like, I already had like some spam to me feeling jokes, but that explains it so much. I can't believe I didn't fucking place it.
It makes so much sense.
I was like, wow, this is I think at one point I thought this is a great impression of that one guy who did Spamton. I was like, wait, it's the guy who did Spamton.
Standing here, I walk away.
This is the world's most like, this is not scary.
This is not a scary monster.
But yeah, it's not an impression, it's the same fucking guy, it's great.
This monster sucks.
I'm kind of bored with this.
Yeah.
This is kind of boring right now.
I just extend. Hi. Holy shit!
I can see why they made a better demo.
Yes, me too. Which is great. It's great if they like made a better version that's nicer and such and works better and it's actually more scary. Whoop.
Breathing is more upsetting than a monster. Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, true.
The girl's scarier than the monster.
I wish I could run at him. Just like woo.
Where? Okay, you check around and stuff. Maybe there's like a piece of paper in this room we haven't found yet that has a birthday or something.
I'm looking around. I'm going in circles.
But
wonder if he sees me if I do this.
Well, the music stops, so I'm assuming he will see you.
You never know.
Nah.
Maybe we'll get scared. Maybe we'll be shocked.
I'm feeling pretty confident.
Oh.
Just keep going, I guess. Maybe in between the gaps in the walls there might be something. Maybe. No. What are we supposed to find? I think we've checked all the sparkles we could check.
Yeah, I think we're done.
I think we're just. It's kind of a bummer we're ending on this, but we can't. It's kind of funny. But if you keep walking, he doesn't even hurt you because you're too close.
Too fast!
What the Well.
Holy shit!
This is.
Can't catch me!
Oh my god. I'm gonna be honest, the evil within had a better spotlight monster. You know the one I mean?
No, I don't remember.
Look it up.
Where is she? I cannot see her.
We can't find her. I knew she was there.
I feel like she's here, but I don't know. We should just, like, if I walk in one direction around him for long enough, I should just unscrew his head and win the game. Like, it just drops and the music stops and, like, I can play the rest of the game without threat of a monster.
Yeah.
The amount of vectors have left this monster powerless to stop us. Oh. Also, when you die, it's just like, oh, well, you know, nothing really happens. Another vector. Here we go. Right over here. I think we're done.
I'm trying to find a good image of this monster, but it's kind of hard. But I'm trying to find a picture of it that shows how tall it is.
Vector man.
I guess it's like you're being chased by this an evil within on one of the DLC.
Oh, then I definitely haven't even seen it. Probably.
It's like you're playing as one of the other characters instead of the original main character. I think you're playing as the Kidman, the female detective.
Right.
I think you're being chased by a spotlight monster that's like more than twice her height.
Okay.
But it moves around real funky. I'm trying to find a good image of it, but it's basically stuff like that's how it's designed. It's way more. The way it moves is way creepier than this guy.
This guy's just walking and then he sees you and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna stand here."
This thing kind of crawls legs first into the room and then like.
Oh yeah.
And then like the spotlight like clinks into place and then.
He's doing like visual aid right now.
Yeah. You just like imagine how like something with like on like a, I forgot all the English word for it, but just something on a sort of hinge, walking weird backwards into the room, and then starts scanning for you. And instead of just looking
it's like he limbos into the room, and then like his head suddenly pivots upwards.
And like
his whole body straightens up.
I think this one also hurts you by looking at you, but instead of just standing still, it just like runs over to you, and if you can't
to make sure that like it keeps looking at you, right?
And then
that sounds much better.
And you also have to deal with regular enemies while being chased by this thing.
That sounds much scarier. We should look at some footage of it after stream. I understand why they would make a new demo. This is pretty sucks.
It has like, underneath the cloth. There's a huge mouth hidden that it can eat you.
Nice.
Well,
fun. yeah, this was, we had fun.
We had fun.
We played one, I suppose. What the fuck is that?
What?
I thought I just saw something move on the stream, but not on the game. What the hell?
Stream haunted.
It's like a some sort of dot. Ghost orb.
That's the.
No. I thought I saw something. It might have just been some like of the VHS stuff.
Yeah, I think it might be the filter glitching something a little bit.
Oh, scary though. Stream's haunted. Stream's haunted.
Stream's haunted.
Ooh, stream's haunted. The spirit of Vector is haunting us.
I mean,
We've summoned him.
Hey, where's the computer?
Anyway, I'm glad they made a new demo. I hope it's better. We had a lot of fun exploring some demos, even though I was expecting them to be scarier. That's okay though, because they were still fun. Thank you for the Steam page link, Jody. Oh, it's a full game now. Ooh, it's out. Nice.
This one's fully released at this, but I think
Nice.
Well, bye.
Goodbye.
Back in.
Ba-ba.
Cop smacked.
So, good night.
Bye.
This was fun. Do you want to plug anything?
No, not really.
Okay. As for me, I'll be back tomorrow because tomorrow is my HRT anniversary. That's the day, the third day. It's been 3 years. Tomorrow it's been 3 years since I started hormone replacement therapy, which is a big deal. So we will be playing. We will be starting a playthrough of Fantasy Star Zero for the Nintendo DS, which was one of my egg-cracking games, which I will tell you all about tomorrow. If you want to stay up to date with what I'm gonna do, blah 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 blah. Exclamation point links in chat, and you get a single link that leads to my tiny little website with all my links, nice in one place. They are labeled. You can figure it out. I trust you. Discord is the best place to stay up to date with what I'm gonna do, but you don't have to worry about we don't have to worry about joining a whole community if you don't want to, because all you get is a stream announcements channel and a channel explaining how to get into the full server if you want to, but there is absolutely no pressure to do so whatsoever. Yep. That's it. This has been very fun.
Had a good time.
Yeah, I had a good time. I had a good time together.
Again, we're a little scared.
Yeah, but that's okay.
That's okay.
That's okay. Let's raid a little bit of a someone.
I think. Like at least the first Red X collection has like more of a better selection of games, and I'm like, yeah, those are actually kind of scary, or at least really freaky. Stuff like Squirrel Stapler for those.
That's
The
a
whole
good
concept
one.
of that alone is all kind of like uncomfy. And then,
Oh no, we're being raided. No, we're about to end.
why does this always happen?
No.
We should put maybe.
But thank you though.
You should create a pop-up that's for like stream ending, maybe.
Yeah, but some people don't even check. But anyway, Camille and Jan and all your viewers, thank you so much for coming. I am sorry, we are about to end the stream. Say hi to all of the vectors that we have before we go. We're still looking for someone to raid. Also, based on just the screenshots, it seems like they changed quite a bit between this demo and the current version, so I'm intrigued to check it out. Cool. Nice. I will also look into it later, probably. We are going to raid Miss Jackie, who is a member of RXD, is cool and good, and is playing Alien Isolation, which is an actual scary game.
It's actually scary.
Yes, it's very scary. So we're gonna go over there. The raid message will be, sorry if this scared you.
Sorry
if this raid scared you.
My suggestion would have been something Vector related.
Nah, I think this is.
Spirit of Vector haunts you.
Sorry if the spirit of Vector, if we, the spirits of Vector, sorry if we, the followers of Vector, the Vector,
Sorry, it scared you. Vector is also
scared you with this raid. Sort of the schedule vector is kind of funny,
Yeah.
but let's do this one. Okay. I hope stream was good. It was! We had a lot of fun. There we go. Alright, so thank you guys so much for coming. I hope you've had a very nice time. And if you want to join the raid but you're not automatically brought along because Twitch is a poo-poo, just stay in chat and then I will post the link and then you can still join. Alright, thank you so much everyone and goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.